Double bonus day is the last day. Please vote for me next month. First of all, thank you all very much for your support. We've already reached 10th place on the overall monthly ticket ranking. I updated 63,000 words in 6 days, which averages out to over 10,000 words per day, so I think I've done a pretty good job. There's only 1 day left for the double bonus chapter. I only found out about and participated in the Kidian monthly ticket return event at noon on the 1st, so I'm still short over 6,000 tickets. If I complete it, Kidian will give me 3,000 monthly tickets, which will count as an extra chapter, so I'm asking for everyone's support. Another thing is that many people say the guaranteed update is not 6,000 words, but 7,000 words. These readers must have joined the fandom relatively late. I posted a separate chapter on October 1st last year. At that time, I had just finished dealing with some things, so I increased the minimum update frequency from 4,000 words to 6,000 words, and asked everyone whether it was better to post a single 6,000-word chapter or 2 3,000-word chapters each. Because many readers read the book in one go after building up their reading experience, I delete irrelevant chapters at the end of each month to maintain continuity and avoid affecting their reading experience. However, you can still find them on other websites. You can verify that. Later, in order to quickly increase the average daily subscriptions, I decided to update 1 chapter per day. However, to thank everyone for their support, I try to add 1,000 words to each update, which is why I update 7,000 words a day. But since the extra words are not many, I'm embarrassed to say it. Many readers who discovered this book in the past 2 months are unaware of this point. They see that I am updating 7,000 words a day, so this misunderstanding has arisen. However, since everyone has misunderstood, let's set the minimum word count to 7,000 words after we finish paying off the extra chapters for this month's monthly tickets. Finally, some readers reported that 3,000 words per chapter wasn't enough, and they wanted to return to the previous 7,000 words per chapter. It seems that this month won't be possible, but we can conduct a survey next month to see what kind of update format everyone prefers. A new chapter is coming. More chapters. End of this chapter. Chapter 834, King Didazi. Chapter 834, King Didazi. The Eastern Holy Land needs to develop its land, and the 5 lineages of burning heaven are useful to the Holy Land. That's why they've started communicating with each other again in recent years. Only when the 5 lineages unite can they be qualified to negotiate with the Holy Land. Yu Shuji briefly explained the reason, and Chen Mobai looked enlightened after hearing it. The fact that several major holy lands in the East are about to be opened up for cultivation is no secret to the nascent soul sects. Within the desolate ruins, there are still many powerful demonic beasts that have survived since the primordial era. Even if the sacred land were to successfully open it up, it would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, it was only natural to share the profits from the land reclamation to attract other major factions in the eastern continent to join and share the risks. Although the desolate ruins are dangerous, they contain many treasure lands that have never been set foot in by cultivators. Moreover, the spiritual veins guarded by powerful demonic beasts are all naturally formed, and the core of these places must contain high-grade spiritual materials that are naturally nurtured by nature. The last time the Moral sect opened up the desolate ruins, they obtained a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, which was refined into a batch of 5th-grade pills, greatly improving the overall strength of the sect's high-level cultivators. It is said that even the Taoist master Hua Shenzhen broke through a minor realm using this method. The other patriarchs who followed the Dayad sect in pioneering the land also obtained the various elixirs they had longed for. It is precisely for this reason that all the major forces in the eastern continent are very enthusiastic about opening up the desolate ruins. After all, with the Holy Lands in front, at most they will lose some disciples and followers when exploring unknown territories. Hong Yun, the Grand Elder of Hoyun Palace, is almost at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. If he can successfully negotiate with the morality sect, he might be able to reserve a Tengsheng true spirit pill. Yu Shuji then delivered another piece of news. Chen Mobai's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was already in turmoil. The elixir of immortality, the first spiritual medicine in Dongju that can help cultivators reach the nascent soul stage. In the past, the Tongsheng true spirit pills refined by the moral sect were only traded between a few holy lands, weren't they? Chen Mobai asked in surprise. Due to the prevailing atmosphere in the Tian realm, although the eastern continent Holy Land is known as the righteous path, it is still relatively closed off and resistant to the emergence of new holy lands. After all, the resources of the eastern continent are limited. If there is one more nascent soul cultivator or one more holy land, they will have to give up some of their resources. Nobody wants to spit out the meat they've already eaten. It is precisely for this reason that the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan refined by the Taoist sect has never been circulated to nascent soul cultivators outside the Holy Land. On this matter, the major holy sites all shared a tacit understanding. Why are you actually willing to use it for this land reclamation? The 5 branches of the Burning Heaven sect combined barely qualify as a holy land. After all, the Burning Heaven Pure Land was once qualified to exchange the true spirit pill of the Holy Realm with the moral sect. Therefore, Hong Yun is using this as a reason to persuade the 3 holy lands to give up one pill. For this reason, the Fire Cloud Palace has also given up a lot of benefits and holy land inheritance to the other 4 branches of the Burning Heaven sect in exchange for their support. Is this even possible? Chen Mobai was taken aback upon hearing this. This Burning Heaven Pure Land has been divided for so many years, yet it can still be used as a name for a holy land. There are some things that sect leader Chen may not know. Although the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill has never been taken by cultivators outside the holy lands on the surface, if a sect's power is strong enough to reach the threshold of the holy lands, and if it is willing to offer enough bargaining chips, the major holy lands are still willing to relent. Yu Shuji said in a melancholy tone, and Chen Mobai immediately thought of his background based on his words. Isn't that the Star Heaven Tao sect? What did he mean by that? Could it be that your sect also wishes to reserve a true spirit pill for the sage from the moral sect? Following Yu Shuji's words, Chen Mobai asked further. Apart from the Holy Land, the Xingqian Tao sect is the strongest in the entire eastern continent. It only needs one more nascent soul cultivator to be called a holy land. Master Xingyun has already held several rounds of discussions with the 3 holy lands on behalf of our sect. The palace master of Biluo Palace was invited to the Big Dipper conference because of this. If the conditions offered by the holy lands hadn't been so outrageous, the deal would have been finalized long ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai realized that Yu Shuji was actually a disciple of Xingyun Shangren of the Xingqian Tao sect. No wonder he could take charge of the Xingqian Grand Chamber of Commerce in the 3 border regions of the eastern continent. I wonder what the conditions are. I'm just curious. If it's inconvenient for Master Yu to say, just pretend I didn't ask. Chen Mobai had a vague guess in his mind, so he couldn't help but speak up. The 3 holy lands demand the recipe for the 3 lights divine water. Yu Shuji did not hide anything and told him directly. Really? This was also what Chen Mobai was thinking. The Starry Sky Tao sect could only have gotten the 3 holy lands to break the rules and offer the saintly true spirit pill as a bargaining chip, and that must be it. Or perhaps it was the immortal jade slip containing the 3 lights divine water. But this is the foundation upon which the Star Heaven Tao sect has monopolized the eastern peak and established itself in the 5 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm. To exchange it for a single true spirit pill of sainthood is practically a gamble, betting that the sect can produce a true lord of the transformation realm. If successful, the Star Heaven Tao sect will become the 5th holy land in the eastern continent, or it may directly replace the One Yuan Tao Palace. If it fails, there may not be any signs of decline in the short term, but without the monopoly on the 3 lights divine water, its gradual decline is conceivable. If it were Chen Mobai, he would definitely have gone all in. However, the cultivators in the heavenly river realm valued the inheritance of pill formulas in a way that he, a member of an immortal sect, could not even imagine. After hearing about this, the Grand Elder has already set off from Jiangsu to personally return and discuss the matter with the Holy Land again. He is willing to do so. However, my master and several other senior uncles and masters are firmly opposed to it. Yu Shuji also explained the situation within the Xingqian Dao sect, revealing that even the nascent soul cultivators among them did not agree on the matter. As a senior elder who had reached the nascent soul stage long ago, Xingji would definitely want to take a gamble given that his lifespan was running out. However, given that there is only one Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, and Xing Yun and the others certainly cannot obtain it, it is understandable that they disagree with Xing Jai taking all the family heirlooms left by their ancestor. Because of this matter, the senior uncles and senior masters in the sect have been arguing for a long time. If someone can help our sect obtain the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill from the Holy Land without using the Three Lights Divine Water formula, he will definitely become the most honored guest of our Xing Tian Dao sect. At this moment, Yu Shuji suddenly said these words. In the Eastern continent, there is probably no one who can command such respect from the three holy lands. Could it be that venerable Xingji has invited a great figure from the central continent? After hearing this, Chen Mobai had a vague idea of why Yu Shuji wanted to talk to him privately today. The Taixu Misty Palace is a major sect in the Central Plains. If it could be dealt with, Elder Xingji would have already done so in the Central Plains. I have heard that the Five Elements sect is a branch of the One Yuan Dao Palace, and sect leader Chen is a Dao child cultivated by the One Yuan Dao Palace in the Eastern Wilderness. I wonder if you could help me reserve a Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill from the Morality sect on behalf of the One Yuan Dao Palace. If this matter is successful, whenever the Five Elements sect or the One Yuan Dao Palace needs the Three Lights Divine Water, our sect is willing to provide it at cost price, no matter when. After laying the groundwork for so long, Yu Shuji finally revealed his true purpose at this moment. When did I become a Dao child of the One Yuan Dao Palace? Chen Mobai was completely bewildered. Although he really wanted this identity, he had never even been to the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Even if he went, Chen Mobai would probably be turned away. After all, the primordial ancestor of the Five Elements sect was expelled by the One Yuan Dao Palace. He inherited the lineage of Li Zhangji and was certainly viewed with hostility by the people there. The Azure Emperor Dao child is indeed cautious. However, the White Crow ancestor has already told us about your identity. It is precisely because of this that the Fire Cloud Palace sent the Flaming Sun Venerable to come and assist him, so that the Bathing Sun Sea's influence would not be insufficient, and the negotiations with the Dao child's Five Elements sect would fail. After hearing Yu Shuji's words, Chen Mobai's previous doubts were all answered. No wonder the Star Heaven Dao sect was so proactive in helping him communicate with the sun-bathing sea and facilitate peace talks. Besides wanting the benefits from the 5 lineages of burning heaven, they also wanted to curry favor with him and pave the way for him to help them. Master Yu, you have misunderstood. I am truly not a Taoist disciple of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Chen Mobai was of no help whatsoever. That's a true spirit pill for saints, and it's still unknown whether the One Yuan Dao Palace is qualified to exchange it with the Morality sect. How could he, a mere sect leader of the Five Elements sect, a fake holy son of the longevity cult, and a charlatan Taoist of the One Yuan Dao Palace, possibly be persuaded? It seems that my status is not high enough. However, the identity of the Azure Emperor's Dao child has been spread throughout the Eastern land by the White Crow ancestor. I think it won't be long before the One Yuan Dao Palace sends someone over. Now that Daozi has reached the nascent soul stage, there is no need for him to hide his identity in this rural area anymore. After Daozi returns to Wudi Mountain, pays homage to the One Yuan True Lord, and acknowledges his ancestry, my master will personally come to visit him and discuss this matter face to face. After hearing Yu Shuji's words, Chen Mobai felt a little numb. Although he is Chen Qingdi, he is not actually a Taoist disciple of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. He spent his entire life cautiously in the Eastern Wilderness, barely managing to reach the nascent soul stage. Little did he know that once he left the eastern wilderness, he would become famous throughout the eastern continent after killing only the Golden Wind ancestor. Indeed, everything leaves a trace once it's done. During the Beidou conference, I shouldn't have listened to Yi Qing and impersonated the Tao child of the Yiyuan Tao palace. If he could obtain the three lights divine water under the guise of a fake Taoist, how could he also obtain the true spirit pill of the sage? I regret it so much. Chen Mobai's favorite thing was to secretly use the knowledge of the immortal sects and the resources of the eastern wilderness to improve himself, while quietly farming and developing the sect's power. Now that his false identity as Chen Qingdi, the Taoist of 1 yuan, has been exposed, he can no longer hide. When Yu Shuji left, he respectfully left 2 communication talismans. One was his, saying that if the Azure Emperor Daozi needed anything from the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, he could inform him at any time. The other path was that of his master, Master Xingyun. I need your monthly votes in the last 2 hours. I only need 50 more to complete the task. Thank you, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 835, Returning to the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 835, Returning to the Eastern Wilderness. Golden Crow, Immortal City. With a polite expression, old ancestor Beiwu escorted Master Yanyang of Huoyuan Palace into the large teleportation array. Junior brother, we've taken care of the matter of that 1 yuan Tao child from the 5 Elements sect for you. Don't cause us any more trouble in the future. Before leaving, Master Yanyang said something earnestly. Senior brother, what are you saying? I have no grudges or hatred with Chen Qingdi, only some minor misunderstandings. Now that the peace talks are over, the gates of my Golden Crow Immortal City will be open to his 5 Elements sect. Perhaps we can even cooperate in the future. The White Crow ancestor spoke with a smile, and the Flame Sun Venerable nodded in agreement before turning around and teleporting back to the eastern land. As soon as Venerable Yanyang disappeared, the smile on Ancestor Beiwu's face vanished. He returned to the main hall of the sunbathing sea with a blank expression. Yuri Shishin followed them in and stood on both sides. The one on the left is Zhu Yun. The one on the right is a middle-aged cultivator wearing a fiery red robe with a leaping golden sun embroidered on his chest. He is none other than Su Yingsheng, the second disciple of the White Crow ancestor. Liu Nansheng, make another trip to Mingjing Mountain. Old ancestor Beiwu sat in the main seat of the council hall, his eyes blazing. He called Liu Nansheng, who had met Chen Mobai before, to his side and spoke to him about some matters. After listening, Liu Nansheng's eyes were filled with bitterness, but he still nodded respectfully on the surface and then left Golden Crow Immortal City again. Destroy Kongseng Valley. Chen Mobai was surprised when he heard what Liu Nansheng said. Yes, sect leader Chen, my master said that the resources in Dongyi are not very abundant, and 3 nascent soul sects are a bit too many. Now that our 2 families have reached a peace agreement and have a foundation of mutual trust, as long as we join forces to wipe out Nakangseng Valley, each family's territory will increase by at least 1/3. To express our apology for the spirit stone mine of Dujiu Mountain after the destruction of Kongseng Valley, we, Urai Hai, only ask for the 5th grade pure bamboo and the 5th grade spirit vein to your sect. We can even let your sect choose the resources such as the medicinal fields, spirit fields, and mineral veins of Kongseng Valley first. Liu Nansheng then relayed the conditions that Beiwu Leazu had verbally told him. The White Crow ancestor was somewhat tempted by the Great Yellow Pill, so he wondered if he could get the 5 Elements sect involved. However, these things must not be left in writing, lest Ku Zhu really returns after passing the trials of Kaiyuan Island and uses it against him. So they sent Liu Nansheng, their disciple, to test the waters first. As long as Chen Mobai is a local of the Heavenly River realm, he will definitely be tempted when he hears about Beiwu ancestors' conditions. When Kongseng Valley is destroyed, the 5 Elements sect will occupy their 5th-order spiritual veins, and Kuzhu will definitely regard Chen Mobai as an enemy. In this way, the White Crow ancestor can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai was an upright person. Go back. I led the Five Elements sect to destroy the Xuanxiao Dao Palace only because they had a way of courting death. I personally believe in peace and harmony. As long as Kongseng Valley behaves itself, I will never take the initiative to attack them. Chen Mobai refused without even thinking. After hearing this, Liu Nansheng, according to his position, would definitely have said a few more words of advice and tried his best to complete the task given to him by the White Crow ancestor. But he simply nodded and immediately left the main hall, returning to Golden Crow Immortal City. If he comes here again in the future, tell him to go see Zhou Yi instead, and don't bring him here. After watching Liu Nansheng leave, Chen Mobai said to Luo Yixuan beside him, who nodded repeatedly, thinking that her master, as a nascent soul cultivator, was indeed being too lowly to meet these core formation cultivators. After returning to Golden Crow Immortal City, Liu Nansheng immediately reported the results of his mission to Mirror Mountain to White Crow Ancestor. After hearing this, the White Crow Ancestor remained silent for a moment. Although he had anticipated that Chen Mobai might refuse, he hadn't expected the refusal to be so hypocritical. Is harmony the most valuable thing? The character Chinese letter doesn't exist in the Heavenly River realm. However, since the Five Elements sect is not taking action, it is impossible for them, the sun-bathing sea, to attack the empty Mulberry Valley. But watching the Five Elements sect digest the territory of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, old ancestor Beiwu felt uneasy all over. After all, compared to Chen Mobai, he was already past his prime. As time goes by, the Five Elements sect will only grow stronger. If we don't find a way to slow them down, once the sun-bathing sea loses its nascent soul, even with the Golden Crow Immortal City and the Fifth Order Grand Formation, it will probably be unable to stop the rising Chen Kingdom. With this in mind, Ancestor Beiwu made up his mind. He first dismissed Liu Nansheng, then called over his eldest disciple Zhu Yun and second disciple Su Yingsheng. I set up a seal in the center of Yunmeng Marsh in the past, and now I will release that poisonous dragon beast. I will use it as my pawn to make Chen Kingdom unable to attend to other matters in the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing what the White Crow ancestor said, Zhu Yun and Su Yingsheng were both startled. When the poisoned dragon was sealed away, the two of them followed the White Crow ancestor. The power of that poisonous dragon remains vivid in my memory to this day. If it weren't for the three nascent soul cultivators joining forces, along with the Taoist warriors' war formations of the three major forces, who used their numerical advantage to eliminate most of the first to third-tier demonic beasts, the poison dragon demonic beast would not have been able to be sealed by them. Master, if we release that poisonous dragon, given its strength, we may not be able to escape. Zhu Yun spoke with some difficulty. The fact that the White Crow ancestor summoned the two of them clearly indicated that he intended to entrust them with this task. I'm leaving this to you. Whoever does it well will get a serving of the Three Lights divine water at the next Beidu conference. Old ancestor Beiwu didn't bother to say much to his two disciples and went straight to the rewards for the mission. Although Zhu Yun was his closest relative, he had offended various forces in Golden Crow Immortal City because of her, and even almost broke ties with the Five Elements sect. He already had some ideas in mind. The second disciple, Su Yingsheng, is also at the peak of the core formation stage. Over the years, he has worked diligently and conscientiously, and in the incident at the Dujiu Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, he perfectly carried out his orders, bringing tens of millions of spirit stone raw ore to the Uri High. He should be given a chance to form a nascent soul stage as a reward. Yes, Master. Upon hearing what the White Crow ancestor said, Su Yingsheng immediately accepted the order. Zhu Yun gritted her teeth and nodded. She knew that the mistakes she had made could not be erased by those few punishments, and her master had begun to doubt her abilities. If I don't complete this mission to release the poisonous dragon monster, I'm afraid I'll completely fall out of favor in the future. The other two junior sisters have been eyeing it covetously. This is the method to break the seal of fire. You two remember it well. The White Crow ancestor passed on a set of hand seals, and only disciples who had cultivated his direct lineage techniques and mastered the sun-bathing true Qi could accomplish this task. In the entire sunbathing sea, besides him, there were only these two people in front of him. Although Ancestor Beiwu knew that whoever released the venomous dragon beast was likely to become its meal, those who achieve great things must take risks. He himself had been tempered through countless battles and life-or-death adventures to reach his current level of cultivation. After both disciples left Golden Crow Immortal City, White Crow Ancestor ordered Liu Nansheng to keep a close eye on the situation of the Five Elements sect. After the Five Elements sect and the Sunbathing Sea completed their peace talks, the other Golden Core forces in the eastern barbarian lands who were observing the situation also sent their sect leaders to express their gratitude to the Five Elements sect for eliminating the evil force, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which had plagued the eastern barbarian lands for over 3,000 years. However, Chen Mobai did not see these people again, and he put Zhou Yi in charge of the matter. As a nascent soul cultivator, his act of putting on airs was taken for granted. As time passed, the eastern barbarians, who had been in chaos for a period of time due to the destruction of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, gradually returned to their proper order. The Five Elements sect began to replace the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, covering one-third of the sky over the eastern barbarians. With their overwhelming strength, even if some Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples occasionally escaped and caused chaos, they were easily suppressed by the Golden Vein Sword cultivators led by Mo Duguang. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Chen Mobai felt a strong urge to return to the eastern wilderness. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for such a large territory as Dongyi to be left unguarded by a nascent soul cultivator. So after discussing it with Zhou Shenking, they decided to have the latter guard it for the time being. After all, once peace talks are reached with Yu Rai Hai, nascent soul cultivators will certainly no longer fight each other. When it comes to dealing with those below the nascent soul stage, Zhou Shenking is invincible. Senior brother, I'll leave this place to you for now. Besides Zhou Shenking, Mo Duguang, Zhou Yi, and Fu Zhangju were also left here by Chen Mobai. He only took Luo Yixuan, Yin Qingmei, Chu Zuoshu and a few other people back with him. Don't worry, junior brother sect leader. Zhou Shenking patted his chest to show that he was there for him. On the way back to the desolate ruins of the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai encountered some cultivators from the Five Elements sect. It turned out that Nujiang was still leading a large army to capture the Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples who had escaped from the battlefield. Those captured were mostly willing to surrender. After their Danshan and Danshan were restricted, they were all sent back to the eastern wilderness plateau and exiled to mine, control desertification, do hard labor, and so on. Chen Mobai encountered Nujiang, who had rushed over after receiving the news in the desolate ruins near the eastern wilderness, and talked with him for a while. Let's withdraw all our Five Elements sect disciples. The war is over, and it's time for them to enjoy the fruits of victory. Nujiang was also delighted to hear his words. Only Chen Mobai or Zhou Shenking could say that the war was over, since the Five Elements sect would have to spend a large amount of spirit stones and other contributions to pay for the disciples' compensation during the war. This is a huge expense. Even with the wealth accumulated by the Five Elements sect over the years, it would still be heartbreaking. However, this war resulted in the acquisition of all of Xuanxiao Dao Palace's territory. In the coming years, if the 30,000 mu of medicinal fields in Dongyi are developed and utilized well, they can provide at least 10 million spirit stones to them every year. After returning to Baiyuan City and entrusting these matters to his subordinates, Chen Mobai directly took a medium-sized teleportation array to Giantwood Ridge. Then they changed course and left, arriving at Tianping Mountain in Yun County. End of this chapter. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. 8th on the overall list, with 39,426 votes, is the best result I've achieved in my writing career. Let's assume 40,000 votes, then we'll add 40 chapters of 3,000 words each. Back to writing. Finally, I would like to thank every reader who voted in support. Thank you so much. End of this chapter. Chapter 836. Refining Shui Yuan Jiajin Dan, 9,000 monthly votes to add more. Chapter 836. Refining Shui Yuan Jiajin Dan, 9,000 monthly votes to add more. As soon as Chen Mobai's figure appeared in the sky above Tianpeng Mountain, Qing Nu came to greet him. Her eyes sparkled with joy. The resentment she had felt while waiting after the separation vanished in an instant, leaving only the joy of reunion. "You're back." King Nu spoke softly, gently suppressing her inner excitement. Chen Mobai smiled and nodded, then rode the Tei 5 smoke silk over and intertwined his fingers with Qing Nu's. 5 colored clouds rippled gently in the sky, like light brocade dancing in the wind, or like a light boat swaying leisurely. After expressing their longing for each other, the two arrived at the top of Tianpeng Mountain. A gentle mountain breeze lifted the hems of their clothes, and together with the red leaves of the ancient maple tree, they created a picturesque scene. This spiritual plant has begun to revive. Chen Mobai, with King Nu in his arms, looked at the 5-pointed ancient maple in front of him with a smile on his face. The effects of the myriad transformations thunder water have been gradually absorbed by it, so it should be able to recover to the 4th rank without any problem. The attributes of this 5-pointed ancient maple tree match Chen Mobai's pure yang scroll, and it may be used as a vessel for the flower blooming moment in the future, providing him with the possibility of becoming a deity. Therefore, during the days when Chen Mobai was away, King Nu took meticulous care of him. Her spiritual plant cultivation skills were also certified at the 3rd level in the immortal sect. Now that she has formed her core, she has reached an even higher level. It is estimated that in the entire eastern wilderness, she is second only to the exceptionally talented Zhu Ming. "Thanks for your hard work." Chen Mobai spoke to Qing Nu with affection, and then the two began to recount their experiences during this period. Everything went smoothly. Ancestor Jin Feng is dead, and I have destroyed the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Listening to his words, Qing Nu understood that hidden beneath those few words was a bloody storm she could not imagine. Although she knew that Chen Mobai had a 5th-tier magic weapon protecting him, she still couldn't help but feel worried and nervous. With the 30,000 mu of medicinal herb fields in Dangyi, you'll basically no longer have to worry about running out of medicinal materials when refining elixirs. Oh, and these two. Qing Nu had already heard Luo Zuer talk about the biggest gain after destroying Xuanxiao Dao Palace, but she didn't know that Chen Mobai had found so many 4th-order mature medicinal herbs in Jin Feng Lao Zu's storage bag. These medicinal herbs are probably no less than what the Conking pharmaceutical factory of Jumeng Taoist Academy has stored. Qing Nu accepted the storage bag full of 4th-tier medicinal herbs, greatly surprised by the abundance of resources in the Tian realm. When she was at Jumeng Dao Academy, she had interned at Conking Pharmaceutical Factory, where she spent some time looking after the mature medicinal herbs stored in the warehouse. After comparing them, I was filled with emotion. The harvest of these medicinal herbs is only so-so. Take a look at this one. Chen Mobai smiled and took out the Taoist book and jade scroll from the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace. Qing Nu looked at it with curiosity, and after a while, she exclaimed in surprise. What a mysterious pill system. It's actually based primarily on the inner cores of demonic beasts. Qing Nu's focus was a little different from Chen Mobai's, but that was because she had only looked at the first few 4th-order pill formulas. Take another look at the last 3 prescriptions. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, Qing Nu quickly browsed through all the 4th-order pill formulas in the Taoist book, and then opened the formula page for the Tei Shengshui pill. Upon seeing this, her pupils constricted sharply and her mouth gaped open. It's actually a pill used to transform into a nascent soul cultivator. This world truly has a profound foundation. After a long while, Qing Nu finally said this. The immortal sects don't have any pills that can help one reach the nascent soul stage. They only have the divine startling melody, and for the rest, one basically has to rely on oneself. On the other side of the heavenly river realm, Not only does the moral sect possess the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, true spirit pill for saints, but the Water Mother Palace also has the Tei San Dan, 3 pills of Tei. From this point of view alone, its foundation has already surpassed that of the immortal sects. Keep this book and jade scroll. You have the heavenly water spiritual root, and these pills are a perfect match for you. Perhaps in the future you will be able to surpass me and become a deity first. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Qing Nu immediately shook her head, indicating that she was a foundational cultivator and didn't particularly like taking pills to improve herself. Moreover, the nascent soul realm was incredibly profound. Even with the assistance of pills, if one's own foundation was insufficient, it would merely be a castle in the air, with little practical effect. My cultivation speed is definitely not as fast as yours. Finally, Qing Nu said this, and Chen Mobai laughed heartily, understanding her intentions and thus went along with her. This book of Taoist scriptures is the second best find. The most precious thing is this. At this moment, Chen Mobai took out the white jade box containing the Taiyuan blue pearl. Qing Nu opened it and saw that the Tei Shengshui pill formula she had just seen came to mind, and she recognized it. A 5th-tier treasure pearl, if placed in the immortal sects, would probably even tempt the spirit venerables of the sea. After listening to Qing Nu's words, Chen Mobai took out the Taiyuan blue pearl from the box and then asked a question. What kind of magical artifact do you like? I'll use this to craft one for you. Hearing this, King Nu's heart was filled with sweetness. The fact that Chen Mobai gave her 5th-tier materials to refine magical artifacts shows his love for her. Anything is fine, I like anything you make. Qing Nu's words gave Chen Mobai a headache. The most difficult works for a weapon refiner to work on are those without any requirements. Then I'll go back and consult the seniors at the academy. Since it's your natal magic weapon, we definitely can't be careless. King Nu nodded sweetly. Then Chen Mobai said that he would absorb the innate water elemental essence from the Taiyuan blue pearl to enhance his water spiritual root, and asked Qing Nu for her opinion. This is similar to the effect of a wooden spirit talisman. Perhaps it would be better to consult with senior sister Wenren. Qing Nu told Chen Mobai something he didn't know. The 5th Order Wood Spirit Talisman from Jumeng Dao Academy contained a primordial wood element essence, which, after being refined using a secret method, could grant cultivators a heavenly wood spirit root. Since he has a wood spirit talisman, could he draw a water spirit talisman? In this way, after completing the cultivation of the primordial Dao fruit, one can pass on this talisman and even extract the innate water element essence and inject it into the Taiyuan blue pearl. After learning this, Chen Mobai's imagination ran wild. However, whether it will actually work or not still needs to be verified by the immortal sect. King Nu then explained the situation regarding the water element golden elixir. She had already prepared all the medicinal materials, but since she had never refined this type of elixir before, she was waiting for him to return. Only with Chen Mobai's Daoshui fire present did she dare to act freely. When will it be refined? After hearing this, Chen Mobai also thought that the 5-element sect was going to reward those who had made contributions. In addition to the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill he also needed to prepare the water element golden elixir for Luo Zuer and the water vein. He felt that it would be better to refine it as soon as possible. You just got back today, let's do it tomorrow. King Nu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently bit her crimson lips and uttered these words. Chen Mobai immediately understood what she meant and poured out his longing for her again. It wasn't until 3 days later that the two of them came down from the top of Tianping Mountain. Qing Nu summoned Yan Shaiyan, Yan Jinai, and the others who had stayed there. Although their alchemy skills were not good, they were still capable of helping out. When Yan Shaiyan and the others arrived and saw Chen Mobai, they were all greatly surprised and bowed to him, the sect leader. No need for formalities. Today, Qing Nu and I will join forces to refine the water element golden elixir. You all should observe and learn from us. Chen Mobai gestured to Yan Shaiyan and the others to follow King Nu's instructions. Then everyone went into the alchemy room together. With the assistance of Chen Mobai's Daoshuai fire, King Nu carefully put the medicinal herbs into the second-hand equipment of the immortal sect one by one in order. Chen Mobai sensed Qing Nu's divine sense flowing through the medicine cauldron like fine threads, reminding him to control the temperature of the Du Shui fire, so that the various medicinal materials melted and blended at a consistent rate. The two were of one mind and had perfect tacit understanding. With the cooperation of many alchemists nearby, they only needed to give a shout to have someone put the corresponding medicinal materials into different containers. A month later, Qing Nu was slightly fatigued due to excessive consumption of her spiritual energy, but Chen Mobai was full of energy. But the result was gratifying. 10 pale blue, crystal-like pills were held in Qing Nu's palm. Chen Mobai sensed the powerful water element contained within and couldn't help but beam with joy. 10 pills were made, and all of them were still free of toxicity. Yan Shayan witnessed Qing Shen's incredible alchemy skills once again, and felt that the inheritance of Huishan Valley was simply garbage. It's a success. King Nu's voice was full of joy and relief. Chen Mobai nodded. With this experience, she should be able to successfully refine the dual Yuo fire in the future, even without her own. After the Shui Yuan Jin elixir, there is the Mu Yuan Jin elixir. As Chen Mobai predicted, Qinglong ginseng can be used as the main ingredient in the wood essence golden elixir. However, this means that some details of the elixir formula need to be reconsidered and improved, and King Nu will need some time. Chen Mobai wasn't in a hurry about this, because if he wasn't prepared enough and the refining failed, the losses would be much greater. At Tianpeng Mountain, Chen Mobai put aside all his worries and enjoyed the joy of returning home with Qing Nu without any worries. If Luo Zuer hadn't come and reminded Chen Mobai that the 5 Elements sect needed him to take charge, he would probably still be indulging in his pleasures. Chen Mobai, then I'll go take care of some sect matters first, and then I might be delayed at the immortal sect for a while. After listening, King Nu nodded gently. The time they spent together had already eased her longing, and since Chen Mobai was now in the eastern wilderness, she could see him any time she wanted, so there was no sadness about parting this time. After leaving Tianpeng Mountain, Chen Mobai took Luo Zuer to Beiyuan City. The main reason for having him take the lead this time was due to the distribution of the core formation elixir after the war. As for the remaining spirit stones, cultivation techniques and contributions, Luo Zuer, as the person in charge of the Hall of Rewards, had already compiled a list and made arrangements. Chen Mobai reviewed it and found it acceptable, so he signed it and asked her to distribute it. However, since the matter of the core formation spiritual object involves the fundamentals of the 5 elements and 5 meridians, and both Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang were present, Luo Zuer could only ask Chen Mobai to come. End of this chapter. Chapter 837, The Valley of My Childhood. Chapter 837, The Valley of My Childhood. After Chen Mobai arrived in Beiyuan City, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi came to pay their respects. Junior brother sect leader, I heard that the Spirit Treasure Pavilion is going to put some core formation spiritual items on the shelves this time. After arriving, Sheng Jiaxi asked directly. Indeed, after taking over the territory of the Dongyi Xuanxiao Dao Palace, I deeply felt that the sect lacked a sufficient number of high-level cultivators. Since we won a great victory in this war, we need to reward the disciples below. Therefore, I plan to release some of the core formation elixirs refined by Qing Nu to see which disciples among the 5 lineages are worthy of cultivation. Chen Mobai invited the two to sit down, and Luo Zuer, who came with them, also thoughtfully made tea for the 3 of them. Sect leader, my disciple Tan Rong killed 3 foundation establishment cultivators and over 100 qi refining cultivators in this great battle against Xuanxiao Dao Palace. She made a significant contribution. I wonder if we could reserve one for her. Sheng Jiaxi has a straightforward personality, and after listening, she immediately stated the purpose of her visit. The last time Lingbao Pavilion put golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills on sale, the 5 meridians had not yet been completely unified, and they were all obtained by the people of the Wood Meridian. Although Zai Yunqian, Meng Hong, and others failed, the success of Yin Qingmei and Yue Zhudao was enough to make the other four factions envious. Even excluding Yin Qingmei, who possessed a heavenly spiritual root, the 1/4 success rate still makes the other foundation establishment cultivators of the four lineages envious to this day. This is almost comparable to a 5-element spirit fruit. So when Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi heard that Lingbiaj was going to put the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill back on sale, they had no choice but to come over for the sake of their lineage. Tan Rong, my junior disciple. Chen Mobai also remembered this prized disciple of Sheng Jiaxi. After all, when he was condensing the Yuan Yang sword aura at the Huozhen Hall, it was she who looked after him outside the Dai Sha Yin cave. She then accompanied Yi Qing and the others into the desolate ruins, and she also led the fire vein cultivators. They're practically one of us now. No problem, I'll give instructions to Lingbao Pavilion later. Chen Mobai readily agreed. After all, Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang had presented the Taoist scriptures during the war, and he had to give them face for their contribution. Sect leader, I also have a disciple. After Sheng Jiaxi finished speaking, the next topic was the new river, to which Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. After all, the 5 elements and 5 veins work together to break through the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, so they must take this opportunity to raise the cohesion of the 5 veins to a higher level. Therefore, when he put the core formation elixir on the market this time, he originally planned to share the profits with the other 4 lineages. However, if he doesn't speak up about this matter, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi are worried that this will be another internal division within the wood vein. After all, the wood vein now has 2 nascent soul cultivators, Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking, and the 4 other veins haven't contributed to the refining of core formation elixirs. If they don't provide them, there's nothing they can do. Hearing Chen Mobai's quick agreement, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi breathed a sigh of relief, and their admiration and respect for Chen Mobai grew even stronger. The sect leader's junior brother is not only sincere, but also a fair and just person. Although senior brother Mo and senior brother Zhou Yi are not here, I still plan to give 2 pills to their respective branches. I already discussed this matter with them when I returned from Dongyi. Since we're trying to treat everyone equally, we must include both metal and earth veins. The metal vein is Ningla Mountain, and the earth vein is Kong Shansu. These were all people whose names Chen Mobai knew. By the way, senior brother Nujiang, there will be 2 types of core formation elixirs on the Lingbao Pavilion. One is the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill, which is effective for cultivators with various cultivation techniques and spiritual power attributes. The other type is the water element golden elixir, which is made primarily from spiritual fruits picked from the 5 elements spiritual tree in the 1 Yuan secret realm. As the name suggests, it is most effective for foundation establishment cultivators who use water attribute techniques. The golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill can increase a cultivator's chances of forming a golden core by 20%, while the water element golden core is slightly inferior, mainly depending on the cultivator's own foundation, roughly between 10% and 20%. The number of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills is not large, while the water element golden elixir has just been completed into 10 pills. Apart from 1 pill reserved for junior nephew Luo Zuer, there are 9 pills left. If there are other foundation establishment perfection cultivators in your water veins, I can put them on the Spirit Treasure Pavilion for them to exchange. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Nujiang felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky and hit him right in the face. Sect leader, besides my disciple Jai Guanhai, there is another person who has also reached the foundation establishment stage. In recent years, with the complete unification of the 5 elements and 5 veins, and the exchange of resources, water vein cultivators have used the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to sell the resources of the demonic beasts killed in Yunmengs, earning a lot of cultivation materials. One of them took advantage of this opportunity to elevate himself to the perfect foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Nujiang only regretted that there were too few cultivators at the foundation establishment stage in his wind and rain dock. The opportunity to grow and thrive is right in front of you, but you can only take it twice. Then I'll have Lingbao Pavilion put 3 water element golden elixir on the shelves. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Nujiang and Luo Zuer, who was standing next to him, thanked him at the same time. Although Luo Zuer had already heard from Yan Jinai that Qing Nu had successfully cultivated the water element golden core while she was at Tianpeng Mountain, she was only truly relieved when she heard Chen Mobai speak in person at this moment. After Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi went down, Chen Mobai asked Luo Zuer to call Zheng Deming, Yi Yun, Zhou Wangshan, and Jiang Xingheng over. If these 4 people want to form their core, they can only exchange for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. After all, Qing Nu still needs some time to modify the recipe for the wood essence golden elixir. After being told that the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill would be available at the event, the 4 of them were all excited. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, master. After hearing this, Chen Mobai waved his hand. Go and prepare everyone. Xingheng, stay here. Upon hearing his words, Zheng Deming and the other 2 looked at Jiang Xingheng with envy. After Chen Mobai achieved nascent soul, his status as a direct disciple naturally rose accordingly. Within the 5 Elements sect, even Nujiang and his group had to treat him with respect when they met him. Master. Although only the 2 of them remained, Jiang Xingheng remained polite and respectful. How is your cultivation progressing? Do you have any doubts about forming your golden core? Chen Mobai was very concerned about his disciples. Reporting to Master, the longevity scripture is only a few drops of liquid spiritual energy away from achieving foundation establishment perfection. The longevity body is also at the peak of the 2nd stage, but it still cannot overcome that crucial hurdle. Jiang Xingheng told the truth, and then talked about some of the problems he had encountered in his cultivation over the years. Chen Mobai answered easily. Jiang Xingheng's comprehension was undoubtedly the best among the 4 disciples. Often, he only needed a slight hint, and he would quickly understand it and even apply it to other situations. Teaching smart students is very fulfilling for a teacher. Chen Mobai became happier and happier as he taught. The 2 of them, master and apprentice, spent a day and a night asking and answering questions. Thank you for your teachings, master. I have no doubts about the formation of the elixir in the Longevity Sutra. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight streamed in, Jiang Xingheng bowed and thanked Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai, get up. Before you form your core, I have something to say to you. Jiang Xingheng listened attentively, while Chen Mobai's face showed a look of reminiscence. He remembered that before he formed his core, Fu Zhangju told him his own story of forming his core, and that story was very relevant to the cultivators of the heavenly river realm. When you reach the point of core formation, find a belief in yourself that you must succeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingheng nodded solemnly, and then deduced from it that one should not have any knots in one's heart when forming the core. Master, there is something on my mind that I hope to resolve before I form my core, so that I can be single-minded when I do. Explain. Chen Mobai nodded gently. This matter was mentioned when I first became a disciple of my master, back when I was young. When Jiang Xingheng was young, he was weak and sickly. Later, he accidentally encountered 2 loquat trees in the valley of his hometown. After eating all the fruit on them, not only did his health improve, but his mind also became more agile. From then on, he excelled in his studies and spiritual practice. So that's what it was about. Chen Mobai nodded after hearing this. When he accepted Jiang Xingheng into the sect, he measured his spiritual roots and found that the total number of his 5 elements spiritual roots was 108. He learned about this matter after inquiring about it. Unfortunately, when he took Jiang Xingheng to the valley in his hometown later, they found nothing. As time went by, he almost forgot. Thinking about it now, the fact that even his core formation level divine sense couldn't detect those 2 loquat spiritual plants means there must have been a naturally formed array at the location of those 2 plants. Moreover, it must be at least 4th order. However, with his current nascent soul realm and the great technique of echoes of the valley, He can hear the clues as long as it's not a fifth-order natural maze. Therefore, Chen Mobai immediately said with full confidence, "Since I have some free time, I will take you there to settle your nearly 100-year-old knot in your heart." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingheng immediately bowed and said, "Thank you for your trouble, master." Chen Mobai waved his hand dismissively, then led him directly to Giantwood Ridge via a medium-sized teleportation array. Jiang Xingheng's hometown was in Jian County. After exiting the teleportation array, Chen Mobai flew using the Tei-5 smoke silk and quickly arrived at the valley. This time, the hidden valley finally revealed its true face to him. There is actually a mid-grade fourth-order spiritual vein here, but it has merged with the surrounding mountains and rivers to form a natural fourth-order maze, so even a core formation cultivator would be confused by it. However, under Chen Mobai's fourth-level mastery of the empty valley sound, there was nowhere for it to hide. He could clearly hear the powerful fluctuation surging from the spiritual veins. "There's a maze here. If I forcefully break it from the outside, it will damage the very foundation of the spiritual veins." Chen Mobai spoke to Jiang Xingheng, who nodded slightly, a hint of disappointment on his face, thinking that he would not be able to enter the valley again this time. However, being able to confirm that his childhood experiences were not hallucinations has somewhat resolved his inner conflict. However, it wouldn't be difficult for just the two of us, master and disciple, to go in. End of this chapter. Chapter 838, The Magic Gourd. Chapter 838, The Magic Gourd. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns on the master and apprentice. They have entered the valley. Chen Mobai used the void to teleport in easily, and then he drew a small teleportation talisman to locate himself here. After locating the location, he used the void to walk out, gave the small teleportation talisman to Jiang Xingheng, and easily stepped into this natural fourth-order maze. Jiang Xingheng stood aside, his eyes filled with awe and anticipation. Although this was very easy for Chen Mobai, his disciple saw him effortlessly break through the maze with a mere wave of his hand, and felt that his master was incredibly powerful. "Let's go, that should be the place you've been longing for." Chen Mobai spoke to Jiang Xingheng, saying that although the sun was shining brightly in the sky, the valley was shrouded in mist. However, Chen Mobai listened with the sound of an empty valley, without using his eyes to see, so these fogs could not mislead him. As Chen Mobai moved forward, the mist in the valley seemed to be drawn away by an invisible force, slowly dissipating. A secluded path appeared before them, leading into the depths of the valley. Jiang Xingheng immediately followed, looking at his master's back in front, his heart filled with gratitude. This valley was a lingering mystery in his mind, and also the first turning point in his life. Today, the mystery is finally about to be unveiled. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Jiang Xingheng followed Chen Mobai onto the path. As they ventured deeper, the scenery in the valley gradually became clearer, and finally, after crossing a waterfall, everything opened up before them. Two loquat trees stand tall in the center of the valley, their trunks thick and their branches and leaves lush, laden with golden fruit that exudes an enticing fragrance. Chen Mobai examined it closely, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These two loquat spirit trees are only third-tier spirit plants. It should be understood that with this fourth-order spiritual vein, which is clearly formed by the natural creation of heaven and earth, it must be suppressed by a fourth-order spiritual object in order to form that natural maze. He originally thought they were the two loquat trees that Jiang Xingheng had been longing for, but after seeing them in person, he found that their grade was incorrect. At this moment, Jiang Xingheng bowed deeply to the two loquat trees. If it weren't for them when he was a child, he would probably have starved to death in the valley. Chen Mobai looked around, searching for a fourth-tier spiritual object at the core of this spiritual vein. A moment later, his gaze shifted to the other side of the valley. There, a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy caught his attention. He led Jiang Xingheng over there, where they saw a winding stream with crystal-clear water and colorful stones embedded in the stream bed. These stones emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating they were not ordinary objects. Jiang Xingheng immediately picked up a few pieces, and Chen Mobai discovered that they were just a third-tier Lan Kai stone, a mineral with earth and water attributes, which could nourish crops when placed in the spirit field. For Zhuo Ming, this is a good thing. Pick these up and give them to Minger when you get back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingheng immediately nodded, and then used his magic to collect all the colorful stones visible in the stream into his storage bag. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai continued walking towards the location of the spiritual energy fluctuations. After crossing the stream, he soon arrived at a mountain wall. The mountainside was completely blank, and there was no way forward. And this is also Chen Mobai's destination. His voice echoed through the valley, revealing something hidden behind the mountain wall, but it could not reveal its true nature. Chen Mobai immediately activated his divine sense to search the heavens and the earth, but it seemed as if he had encountered an opponent who was using the technique of blinding the view with a leaf, and he found nothing. However, these challenges did not deter him. Chen Mobai has advanced to the Tengxianji realm. In an instant, everything in the valley was laid bare before him, laid bare before his very heart. Chen Mobai gently raised his hand, and the void blade condensed at his fingertips. A silver-white stream of light burst forth and pierced the mountain wall in front of him. An almost invisible, transparent ripple suddenly appeared in the void before the mountain wall, which is the core of this natural maze of the valley. The void blade touched the maze, like a drop of water falling into a lake, creating ripples. Then the maze began to shake, and a hole was slowly cut open. Chen Mobai immediately poured his own domain into the area, covering and severing the connection between the core of the maze and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Soon, all the ripples began to fade away. As the maze dissipated, a refreshing breeze wafted out, and a thin layer of mist seemed to be drawn away from the mountain wall, revealing a gourd vine. The vine was thick and sturdy, climbing all over the mountain wall, with 4 magical gourds radiating spiritual light on it. 3 of the gourds were clearly mature, displaying smooth curves and colors of red, cyan, and blue, with a flowing luster and a warm, jade-like texture. After confirming that there was no danger around, Chen Mobai flew to the mountain wall and carefully observed it. The smallest gourd was still pale white, looking very green, and was still hanging on the gourd vine, clearly not yet ripe. The other 3, though detached, were entwined by vines and shone with spiritual light on the mountainside. One of the blue gourds was intermittently releasing a faint mist, clearly indicating that this was the core of the maze. He reached out and grabbed it, absorbed and felt it for a moment, and couldn't help but show a look of joy. These 3 mature gourds are all mid-grade 4th-order gourds, and each of them has a sizable internal space, just like a storage bag. The inside of the blue gourd is filled with mist. Once released, it forms a natural maze that can disorient cultivators who are trapped within it, causing their consciousness to become disordered. If you cover yourself with it, then you can be like someone who is blinded by a leaf, appearing transparent and undetectable to others. The red gourd contains a flame. Chen Mobai poured out a wisp of it, sensed it, and discovered that it was actually the earth spirit fire. If Yan Shayan knew this, he would probably be overjoyed. Because the earth core true fire technique of Huishan Valley, if one could refine such spiritual fire, would not only greatly help in alchemy, but also in condensing earth fire true energy, and even greatly benefit in combat. This red gourd must have been formed by the gourd vine, absorbing the earth's fire from deep within this valley over thousands of years. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Chen Mobai is not of much use, but he can refine some and give it to Qing Nu. When she doesn't have her own Du Shui fire, she can use the earth spirit fire to refine pills, saving her the steps of burning spirit wood or extracting the earth fire of Tianpeng Mountain. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai picked up the last green gourd. This place is filled with the qi of Yi wood, almost condensed into a tangible spiritual liquid. At the very center of the gourd, one can vaguely see a blue lightning bolt flickering. Chen Mobai was very familiar with this cyan lightning. It was the Yi wood divine lightning. In the past, this was also his specialty, spiritual plant crops, that allowed him to defeat his enemies. Unfortunately, after focusing on the pure Yang scroll and mastering the myriad illusions Azure Thunder, he neglected the Yi Wood Divine Thunder. Chen Mobai reached out and touched the last white gourd, discovering that it contained pure golden energy. If it matures in the future, it can be left to his grand disciple Duan Shuyu. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai took 3 mature magic gourds and left the mountain wall. Master. Before the stream, Jiang Xingheng, who had finished collecting the colorful stones, saw him approaching and bowed respectfully. You are just about to form your core. The power of the Yi Wood within this green gourd can help you. If you can refine the Yi Wood Divine Lightning, you will gain another great supernatural power after forming your core. When Chen Mobai saw Jiang Xingheng, he smiled slightly. The main reason for the gains this time was the opportunity of this disciple, so he took out the green gourd and handed it to him. Thank you so much, Master, for bestowing this treasure. Jiang Xingheng was also filled with gratitude after hearing this. He took the green gourd and delved into it with his divine sense. He quickly sensed that the gourd contained a small world inside, and a pool of clear spiritual liquid made his longevity spiritual power restless. He felt that as long as he absorbed these Yi Wood spirit liquids, not only would the longevity scripture be easily perfected, but he would also have no problem sustaining himself until he reached the core formation stage. This magic gourd was priceless to him. This place is good. After I take this gourd away, the maze that covers the entire valley will soon dissipate. Then I will have the formation department come over and set up a new formation here. Now that you've settled most of your affairs in the mortal realm, it's time for you to return to your sect to cultivate and form your core. This place will be your separate courtyard and cave dwelling for cultivation. There is also a white gourd on the mountain wall, whose attributes are very suitable for your apprentice Duan Shuyu. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, Jiang Xingheng nodded repeatedly. With a mid-grade 4th-order spiritual vein as his cave dwelling, he was considered to have the best treatment among the Xian ancient lineage. However, Chen Mobai, using his Tengxianji realm perception, discovered that this place seemed to have been ordained by heaven to be reserved for this disciple. Jiang Xingheng possesses a primal energy of this place, likely stemming from a fortuitous encounter he had in his youth. The master and apprentice did not rush to leave, but continued to search for more spiritual objects in the valley. Over time, they discovered some rare herbs and minerals. End of this chapter. Chapter 839 Loquat Fruit and the Final Great Technique. Bonus chapter for 10,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 839 Loquat Fruit and the Final Great Technique. Bonus chapter for 10,000 monthly tickets. The 4th-tier spiritual land, which had never been set foot in before, contained spiritual objects far beyond Chen Mobai's imagination. There were even 3 4th-tier medicinal herbs. However, since there was no place to use them at the moment, he did not pick them. Near one of the medicinal herbs, there was a spirit snake that was almost at the 3rd level guarding it. After Chen Mobai easily killed it, he set up a protective barrier for each of them to prevent the medicinal herbs from being eaten by the monster. After exploring the valley, the master and apprentice returned to the 2 loquat trees. After picking and preserving the 20-odd fruits, Yishaoking, who had received Chen Mobai's decree, also led the cultivators from the array department to arrive. Chen Mobai left Jiang Xingheng behind to handle the formation of the Loquat Valley Villa, while he himself went to Tianping Mountain in Yun County. When he finds something good, his first thought is to share it with Qingnu. With a little refinement, this gourd can be at least a 4th-tier magic weapon. Qingnu took the 2 gourds and looked at them. She couldn't help but marvel. She could only say that the resources in the Tian realm were really abundant. Even in a remote place like the eastern wilderness, there were untouched 4th-order treasure lands. If it were a desolate wasteland, there would obviously be even more. No wonder the cultivators here think about reclaiming wasteland every now and then. What kind do you want? I'll refine it for you when I have time. Chen Mobai was very happy to hear that Qingnu finally had a request. Could we divide the space inside the gourd in two, separating them so they don't interfere with each other? One side could hold the earth fire, while the other side could be like the medicine cabinets in a pharmacy in the immortal sect, with square, densely packed compartments. This way, I can put all the pills and rare medicinal herbs I refine into it in the future, and retrieve them whenever I need them. Also, it would be even better if we could set up a space for living creatures, so I could put Jinger in there and carry her with me. After King Nu finished speaking, she looked at Chen Mobai with anticipation, and the latter managed a weak smile. This requires extremely advanced spatial techniques. I will go back to the immortal sect and see if we have any such technology. In the Heavenly River realm, spells related to the void are basically monopolized by the Takesu Misty Palace. What has been passed down to the outside world are mainly techniques such as refining storage bags and creating vacuum bodies. Qing Nu's requirements are already quite advanced, involving spatial division, spatial modification, and storage of living things, which cannot be met by simple storage bag refining technology. Fortunately, although the immortal sect lacks resources like void stones for circulation, it still has considerable research on space due to its technology of boundary. Because the storage environment requirements for each type of medicinal herb are different, according to King Nu's idea, each medicine cabinet space should be able to be sealed independently, and the environment should be changed at any time according to the needs of the stored substances. Chen Mobai couldn't guarantee whether the immortal sects possessed such technology. If all else fails, this natural, unprocessed gourd is not bad either. At this moment, King Nu realized that her request was a bit outrageous and immediately said something. "Oh right, there are 2 loquat trees in that treasure spot. I picked the fruit from them." Chen Mobai never liked to show off, and even in front of Qing Nu, he changed the subject and took out 24 golden fruits. There are also loquat spiritual plants in the immortal realm, and there is a blessed city that is famous for them. It is said that if children eat this frequently when they are young, it can help them develop intelligence and stimulate their thinking. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu were already adults, but that didn't stop them from enjoying the spiritual fruit. I have the phoenix facing the sun painting, which makes me immune to all poisons. I'll try it first. Chen Mobai was a cautious person. Although the loquat fruit looked completely natural and unpolluted, he still made King Nu wait for him to finish tasting it. He took a bite, and immediately the juice overflowed between his lips and teeth. The flesh was smooth, sweet, and delicious, with a refreshing and pleasant aroma that filled his whole body. Gradually, Chen Mobai felt a cool sensation emerging in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. He closed his eyes to savor the memory, and even used a small notebook to record the changes in his body after consuming the fruit. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Chen Mobai opened his eyes, feeling that his mind was working a little more actively. This loquat fruit is only a third-grade spiritual fruit, so its efficacy is somewhat weak for a nascent soul cultivator like him. However, if it is useful, it means it is a good result. After seeing him nod, King Nu picked one up and tried it. Her eyes lit up immediately. The sweet but not cloying taste made her very happy. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly saw Chen Mobai take out a spirit testing device. Metal 24, wood 50, water 39, fire 100, earth 88. Seeing the values of the 5 elements appear on the screen, Qing Nu's eyes widened in surprise. This loquat can actually enhance the metal and wood's spiritual roots. She had a very deep impression of Chen Mobai's spiritual root values. His earth spiritual root was slowly increasing because he was cultivating the earth gathering technique, while his metal and wood spiritual roots had both suddenly increased by 1 point. My little apprentice has a total of 108 spiritual roots. The extra one is obviously due to this loquat fruit. Today, after testing it, it is indeed so. Chen Mobai explained with a smile that because only the last of the 24 great arts of the longevity sect remained, he did not return to Giant Tree Ridge this time due to the growth of his spiritual root. Upon hearing this, King Nu immediately picked up another fruit, peeled it, and held it to Chen Mobai's lips. "You should eat some too. My little apprentice ate a lot, but it only increased his spiritual root by 8 points. Obviously, the effect stopped after eating 4. As Chen Mobai spoke, he picked up a peeled fruit and fed it to Kingnu. Their eyes met, filled with sweetness. After eating 4 loquats, Chen Mobai tested his spiritual root values again, and sure enough, both metal and wood elements had increased by 4 points. It's the same for both him and Kingnu. However, compared to spiritual roots, there was something else that made him even happier. The clarity in my mind intensified, and my thoughts became even more active. Chen Mobai immediately took out the book Mysterious Metal Body by ancestor Jin Feng and started reading it. This body forging technique with metal attribute had some 4th-level content that he hadn't quite understood before. In particular, there is a spell called Mysterious Golden Talisman. But now, after consuming loquat fruit, I seem to have gained some insight. It turns out that this Mysterious Golden Talisman requires the lifeblood of a cultivator with a mysterious golden body to be cast, making it a desperate spell. After casting, it can raise the level of a metal attribute spell by 1 tier. For example, a spell that was originally a low-grade 4th-tier spell can be upgraded to a mid-grade 4th-tier spell after being enhanced with this. And if it is a high-grade 4th-tier spell, although it cannot be upgraded to a true 5th-tier spell, it can still be considered a near 5th-tier spell. It was with this that ancestor Jin Feng enhanced the falling treasure golden light and sealed the purple lightning sword. However, precisely because it was not a true 5th-tier weapon, it was eventually broken free by the purple lightning sword and had its head severed. After examining the Xuanjin Dharma body, Chen Mobai confirmed that loquat fruit could enhance a cultivator's comprehension. At this moment, Qingnu also put down the recipe for the wood element golden elixir, frowned, and shook her head. "What's wrong?" Chen Mobai asked curiously, and Qingnu said that after she took the loquat fruit, although she felt the coolness, she did not feel that her comprehension had improved. Could it be that this loquat fruit can only improve people who don't have high comprehension to begin with? Chen Mobai suddenly thought of this. You probably feel about the same way I do. At this moment, Kingnu collected the loquat seeds she had eaten, as they were a good ingredient for medicine, and casually asked Chen Mobai a question. Yes, more or less, I didn't feel much improvement either. As he spoke, Chen Mobai silently put the Xuanjin Dharma body back into his storage bag. Then, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and he regained his sense of superiority over Qingnu from another perspective. After spending several more days in Tianpeng Mountain, Chen Mobai reluctantly returned to Jumu Ridge. Having entered the Divine Tree's secret realm with practiced ease, he arrived before the Tree of Talents and obtained the final great technique. The name of this great technique is very simple. Heart fire spreads like wildfire. Only cultivators of the Crimson Emperor's universal illumination scripture can practice it, which can ignite the opponent's inner fire and burn away their essence, energy, and spirit. According to Granny Ming, the legend within the sect is that the Heavenly Venerable comprehended this during the process of observing the Azure Yang spirit wood igniting its inner fire and transforming itself into the golden Yang wood. However, this great technique, as long as the divine light continues to shine, will not stop until the opponent is reduced to ashes. Having obtained this, Chen Mobai felt relieved of one of his worries. Within the longevity sect's inheritance space of this talent tree, he has already obtained all 5 immortal scriptures and 24 techniques. The remaining treasure trees and the great path trees are the magic treasure trees and the great path trees. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately left and went to the location of the magic treasure tree. After observing for a while, Chen Mobai discovered that there was actually a hidden space within the canopy of this magic treasure tree. The disciples who came in earlier were teleported there. It is obvious that those fruits containing all kinds of rare and precious things from heaven and earth are among them. If other nascent soul cultivators came, even if they discovered this, they probably wouldn't be able to enter. After all, the magic tree is a peak 4th-order spiritual plant, and its abundant spiritual energy is almost equivalent to that of a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage. That space seems to be its very essence. To forcibly tear it open and break in would require the power to suppress all the vital energy of the magic tree. But for Chen Mobai, this was a trivial matter. He smiled slightly and used his void-walking ability to step into it. After a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai found himself inside a huge, emerald-like tree canopy. On the lush green branches, a dazzling array of colorful fruits hang, some as red as fire, some as yellow as gold, and some as blue as jewels like twinkling stars. Chen Mobai used his echoing sound to quickly discern the treasures contained within each fruit. These things are rare treasures to Foundation establishment cultivators, but to him, a nascent soul cultivator, they are just average. Chen Mobai thought about it and decided not to remove them all. He even considered finding a way to add some in the future and turn this place into a reward for outstanding Foundation establishment disciples during the 5 sects grand competition. Before leaving, he took a few fruits from the longevity soil. This is still very useful. Now that the 5 elements sects territory has expanded, there are more places that need 4th-tier spiritual plants. Chen Mobai can send them to the Eastern barbarians, and then transplant 3rd-tier peak Golden Sun spiritual wood there to enlighten and upgrade its tier. With the 4th-order longevity wood array, the 5 elements sect was able to control the vast medicinal fields of the Eastern barbarians, where the 4th-order spiritual herbs were located, with a small number of people. After leaving the space of the magic treasure tree, Chen Mobai turned his gaze to the last great Dao tree. He took out the purple lightning sword and the heavenly origin pearl before flying over there. Master, don't worry. If this demonic tree dares to be impolite to you again, I'll chop it down in no time. The purple lightning sword was clearly deeply impressed by the great Dao tree, having fought it once before. However, now that it had advanced to the 5th rank, its words were somewhat arrogant. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that if the great Dao tree showed any unusual behavior later, there was no need to be polite. He could simply cut it down. Zidian, who wants to salvage his image, is really looking forward to it. End of this chapter. Chapter 840, Entering the Great Dao Tree. Chapter 840, Entering the Great Dao Tree. Chen Mobai stood before the great tree, looking up at its enormous trunk that seemed to support the heavens and the earth, feeling deeply moved. This great tree can be said to have made a great contribution to his achievements today. Without its initiation, there are many things that might still be impossible to accomplish. For example, the realm of swordsmanship, or the profound techniques such as seeing only a leaf before one's eyes. Without the forced growth of the 4th tier, the 5 elements sect would not have developed so quickly, and Zhou Shenking's ability to achieve the Dharma body nascent soul was also due to this. However, while this great Dao tree bestowed upon the various longevity sects the foundation of their creation, it also left an indelible shadow upon him. The image of almost being taken in as a sacred embryo flashed through Chen Mobai's mind, and he couldn't help but grip the purple lightning sword. Master, shall we chop it now? The purple lightning sword sensed Chen Mobai's fluctuating emotions and immediately became happy. Not for now. Chen Mobai shook his head, gripped the purple lightning sword, and easily took 13 steps, perfectly passing the longevity trial. The immense pressure that had previously caused his mind and body to tremble was now as gentle as a spring breeze in his presence. During this process, he paused for a moment during the last 2 steps, wanting the great tree to empower him once again. Let's see if we can directly infuse the great technique I'm cultivating into the 5th level. Unfortunately, the limit of the great Dao tree is the 4th tier. Multiple initiations can at most allow him to gain a deeper understanding within the 4th tier, but they cannot help him overcome that substantial bottleneck. Chen Mobai was slightly disappointed by this. The thought of having to rely on himself to break through to the 5th level of the great technique made him feel like he was wasting his time. Just then, a verdant green leaf drifted down from the sky and merged with the holy leaf mark that lit up between his brows. 13 steps before the great Dao tree, achieving immortality, one can become the sacred embryo of my longevity sect. Chen Mobai sensed the information emerging in his sea of consciousness and nodded slightly. It still tastes the same. However, this time the great tree did not capture him immediately. Could it be that he hasn't recovered from being slashed by the purple lightning sword yet? While waiting, Chen Mobai noticed a new, deep sword mark on the rough bark of the great Dao tree and thought to himself. He had already pushed the sound of the empty valley to its limit, and he heard that there was a hidden space inside the great Dao tree. However, this time, he did not rashly step into the void using the void walking technique. Finally, a powerful azure light surged out of nowhere, enveloping his entire body. Then, a dark crack appeared in the middle of the great tree in front of him, opening the door to the inner space and pulling him inside. Chen Mobai first tried the Tei 5 smoke silk, and found that this 4th-grade high-quality magic weapon could only hold its own against the azure light of the great Dao tree. Moreover, as time went by, his body, along with the 5-colored smoke on his body, was slowly absorbed by the azure light and moved towards the gap. He immediately switched to the heavenly origin pearl in his palm. 5th-tier magical artifacts are different. Chen Mobai's figure beneath the heavenly origin pearl was like a stabilizing pillar. No matter how powerful the azure light was, it remained firmly fixed before the great Dao tree, unshaken by an inch. Although he has already formed his nascent soul, Chen Mobai's cautious nature will not change. Since this great Dao tree is the foundation of the longevity sect's legacy, and is tasked with selecting a sacred embryo for the heavenly venerable, it must be far from simple. There might be some kind of 5th-level restriction inside. It's best not to risk entering in your true form before you've figured out the details. Chen Mobai took out the formless puppet he had prepared beforehand, entered it with his divine sense, and then, along with the purple lightning sword, followed the blue light and entered the gap of the great Dao tree. After the formless puppet was absorbed, the azure light of the great Dao tree stopped, and then, as if sensing that the holy embryo had entered, it slowly disappeared. With the heavenly origin pearl protecting him, Chen Mobai's true form began to guide the formless puppet to explore the deepest secrets hidden within the great Dao tree. After a few breaths, the shapeless puppet arrived at a mysterious hall. The purple lightning sword circled around Chen Mobai's puppet body, seemingly a little unaccustomed to it. This formless puppet, after being fitted with a top-grade spirit stone by Chen Mobai and further modified by him, is able to exert the strength of a core formation cultivator in its normal state. Purple lightning sword, Master, why have you suddenly become weaker? Chen Mobai explained that this was an avatar, and then walked into the main hall with the purple lightning sword. The footsteps of the formless puppet echoed in the ancient corridor. At the same time, supported by the energy of the top-grade spirit stones, the exploration mode was activated at full power, and soon the structure of the hall appeared on the screen. After walking through the long corridor, he entered the very center of the main hall. It turned out to be a dried-up pond. Divine elixir cleanses the body. The word popped into Chen Mobai's mind. To become a sacred embryo, one must first purify the body, and then infuse it with the spiritual consciousness of the heavenly venerable. This is also known as divine elixir purification and spiritual awareness hearing the Tao. This pool should be where the divine liquid cleansed the body, but unexpectedly, over the long years, the divine liquid here has long since dried up. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He saw some debris in the pool, took one piece out, and analyzed it with the Wuxiang doll, discovering that it was actually human skin. Someone here has been refined into a sacred embryo. The thought suddenly flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. So the divine liquid in this pool wasn't dried up, but rather used up. Who is it? A person quickly came to mind. One Yuan True Lord. It is common knowledge that this ascended cultivator received the inheritance of the longevity sect in the eastern wilderness. Could it be that this is where the supreme foundation was laid? Or is it? Chen Mobai thought of the spiritual consciousness he had gained after being cleansed by the divine liquid, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves. After scanning the entire dried-up pool, Chen Mobai found even more fragments of human skin, hair, and other debris in the corners. After confirming that there was no other information, he took the purple lightning sword and headed towards the rear hall. As soon as he entered, his gaze was drawn to it. It was a tree branch, half a meter long, rooted in the void. The branch was crystal clear, with 7 jade-green leaves on it, exuding an incomparably mysterious aura. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the scanning halo of the faceless doll landed on the tree branch, it burst into a bright red warning color, which was the highest level of alarm. Master, this branch seems stronger than me. At this moment, the purple lightning sword stammered out a sentence. Chen Mobai was immediately shocked. Although the main body did not enter, it can be roughly analyzed that this tree branch is likely a 6th-order item, even higher than the 6th rank. Could this be a branch from the Celestial Venerable's true form? Thinking this way, Chen Mobai was also glad that he had let the Wuxiang puppet come in first to test the waters. However, after waiting for a while, he still did not reach the step of spiritual awareness. By this time, the formless puppet had finished scanning the rear hall and found that there should have been many books and other items, but now the shelves were empty. It's obvious that someone took them all, leaving him with nothing. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt that true Lord Yiyuan had gone a bit too far. But immediately, he turned his gaze to the verdant tree branch hanging in midair. If he really is the one Yuan true Lord, why would he leave this behind? Chen Mobai quickly realized this problem. Given the local customs, they would definitely take all the benefits with them. Since they left them behind, there was only one answer. That means you can't take it away. After figuring this out, Chen Mobai felt even more strongly that this tree branch must have been plucked from the Celestial Venerable's true form. Even a Celestial Venerable, before ascending to immortality, would likely be unable to shake its power. But after figuring it out, Chen Mobai became discouraged. Even the one Yuan true Lord couldn't take it away, so there's definitely nothing he can do. But he quickly adjusted his mood. Although he couldn't take it away, the Divine Tree's secret realm and the Great Tao Tree were now in his hands, which could be considered as indirectly possessing them. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai rode the formless puppet toward the verdant tree branches. The branch seemed to be unconscious, but the vast energy it contained caused the alarm of the formless puppet to grow louder and louder. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to grab the tree branch. The instant he touched it, a mighty torrent surged in, instantly filling the memory of his formless puppet. The purple lightning sword beside him immediately slapped him away from the tree branch. After a while, Chen Mobai cleared some of the memory and stood up, controlling the Wuxiang puppet. After that encounter, he finally understood why the Great Tao Tree could bestow enlightenment. The source was this tree branch. It contains all the inheritances of the longevity sect, including the 5 great immortal scriptures, the 24 great techniques, and even skills related to swordsmanship, talismans, weapon crafting, and alchemy. And this branch is the source of this sacred tree secret realm. The 3 divine trees and all the other sacred trees originated from this. If one can absorb all the inheritance on the tree branch, it is equivalent to obtaining the spiritual consciousness of the Celestial Venerable. Those whose cultivation and willpower are insufficient will inevitably be overwhelmed by this knowledge during the process of inheritance, thus becoming a minor Celestial Venerable. If one's will is strong enough, one can turn around and digest the Celestial Venerable's spiritual consciousness, transforming all the inheritances of the longevity sect into one's own foundation and essence. Fortunately, he had the purple lightning sword by his side this time and had given prior instructions. Otherwise, facing this verdant tree branch at the very least, the divine consciousness within the puppet would have been covered, resulting in the loss of this formless doll. In his relief, Chen Mobai suddenly thought of another problem. Was the first true Lord's consciousness overwhelmed by the heavenly Venerable's spiritual awareness back then? The fact that he was able to rise from an ordinary cultivator in the eastern wilderness to become a top-tier nascent soul true Lord in the heavenly river realm is truly legendary. It was precisely because this experience was so bizarre that Chen Mobai became very suspicious. After all, the atmosphere in the heavenly river realm is extremely dangerous. There are countless examples of people who obtained powerful inheritances but perished halfway through. But the one Yuan true Lord ascended to heaven. End of this chapter. Chapter 841, Cultivating the Devouring God Technique. Chapter 841, Cultivating the Devouring God Technique. This tree branch is the Tao of the Celestial Venerable. Chen Mobai suddenly understood the significance of the great Tao tree. The question remains, did the entire Changsheng sect disappear overnight, or was it because the Celestial Venerable led the entire sect to ascend to heaven? Chen Mobai then used the purple lightning sword to search the side hall. There should have been some things there, but now the restrictions were wide open and it was empty. All I can say is that the locals have gone too far. Chen Mobai cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. After we finish exploring, it's time to leave. Although there is basically no danger here as long as you don't actively touch the Heavenly Venerable's tree branch, Chen Mobai still doesn't want to come in. His main body used the void blade outside, using the sound of the empty valley to find the weak point in this space and cut a gap, then took out the formless puppet and the purple lightning sword. Owner, Zai Dianjian somewhat embarrassedly accepted the 5th grade Xuanjin that Chen Mobai handed him. It was found in the storage bag of Jin Feng Leiazu and should be a scrap of material that the latter used to refine the golden spear. Take it, we owe you a lot this time. After the purple lightning sword is upgraded to Tier 5, only Tier 5 materials are useful to it. Although it didn't take action during this exploration of the great Tao tree, it still helped and deserves a reward. Thank you, Master. I'll head back now. Upon hearing what Chen Mobai said, the purple lightning sword reluctantly accepted the item, and then entered the domain to digest the thumb-sized piece of 5th-order Xuan gold. By this time, Chen Mobai had finished reading all the contents of the formless puppet, and knew that the tree branch contained the great Tao of the Heavenly Venerable. If his divine sense becomes strong enough in the future to digest the great Tao of the Heavenly Venerable, then raising all his great techniques to the 5th rank will be no problem, and he might even reach the 6th rank. Unfortunately, given his current nascent soul stage, he can forget about it. Is there a way to gradually siphon off the Heavenly Venerable's great Tao? Chen Mobai started to use his brain. However, his knowledge base lacked information on beings of the Heavenly Venerable level, leaving him at a loss. After thinking about it for a long time, I can only put this matter aside for now. Then Chen Mobai held the Heavenly Origin Pearl and looked at the great Tao tree in front of him. He began to recall all the information about the devouring God technique in his mind. After consuming the loquat fruit, his comprehension improved, and he began to slowly decipher the contents of the e-book passed down to him by the star-piercing ancestor. He had set his sights on this forbidden technique a very, very long time ago, especially given that the phoenix facing the sun painting is not improving quickly. The Devouring God Technique section in the Immortal Sect library is about the same length as the one given by the star-pulling ancestor, but the understanding of the nascent soul ancestor is even more valuable. The Devouring God Technique, a secret method of the ancient evil sect, has a taboo to use one's own divine consciousness to transform into a divine seed to cultivate a cauldron, which is called. The way of man is to take from the insufficient to give to the abundant. However, the Devouring God technique also has a cultivation method called the Way of Heaven. Within the immortal sects, nascent soul cultivators can apply to cultivate. The so-called Way of Heaven is to regard oneself as the inadequate part, and then absorb the surplus part, transforming it into one's own divine consciousness to elevate oneself. Chen Mobai's original idea was to use the Tao of Heaven to build a bridge between himself and the Jade Phoenix tree, and to transform the vast and unconscious spiritual consciousness of this 4th-order spiritual plant into his own. Because the Jade Phoenix tree had already reached the peak of the 4th rank long ago, the spiritual power it absorbed and the spiritual consciousness it generated would unconsciously dissipate into the world every day. Therefore, cultivating the heavenly path with it would not cause any damage to it. However, Chen Mobai knew that the former head of the Huakai Academy had used a hidden trick in the jade phoenix tree, and had also used that spiritual plant to cultivate the devouring god technique. To be on the safe side, he still gave up on the jade phoenix tree. Most importantly, he has many peak fourth-tier spiritual plants in the eastern wilderness. He originally thought the most powerful one was the five-element spirit tree that had fallen from its cultivation level in the 1 Yuan secret realm, but now it seems to be the great Tao tree in front of him. Because the core of the great Tao tree is a branch of the celestial venerable. It is even above the 5th rank. This is why, although the great Tao tree is powerful and magnificent, it does not have a strong independent consciousness, because it is merely an outer shell used to support the great Tao of the celestial venerable. Chen Mobai found it easier to absorb and refine its spiritual essence. It can save a lot of time spent using the burning lamp technique to purify one's consciousness. At this moment, Chen Mobai even thought that if he absorbed the great Tao tree with the devouring god technique in the future, could he also use this method to absorb and digest the heavenly venerable great Tao. After all, he is now at the nascent soul stage. Even with the profound foundation of the great Tao tree, it can only support his spiritual consciousness to the nascent soul stage at most. But Chen Mobai quickly suppressed this dangerous thought. After all, that is the great Tao of the heavenly venerable. The most likely scenario is that the moment a connection is established with the Tao of heaven, the vast spiritual consciousness of the heavenly venerable will surge in and overwhelm all one's thoughts. Let's just focus on swallowing the great tree first. Thinking this through, Chen Mobai reviewed the cultivation method of the devouring god technique one last time. After confirming that there were no problems, he began to circulate his nascent soul and perform this secret technique. With the help of the echoes of the valley, Chen Mobai easily established a connection with the Tao of heaven through the great Tao tree. Soon, a ripple appeared between his eyebrows, which then transformed into a tiny vortex, like a black hole, and began to devour and absorb the wandering divine consciousness emitted by the great Tao tree. Gradually, Chen Mobai felt his spiritual sense growing, which made him very happy. It should be noted that after he formed his nascent soul, he meditated by the jade phoenix tree for a month before achieving this level of improvement, while now it only takes the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Such a tremendous increase in efficiency truly lives up to its reputation as the devouring god technique. Of course, this process is not without risk. Although the great Tao tree has a weak sense of self, it is still a peak fourth-order spiritual plant. Even its wandering divine consciousness is engraved with its most instinctive traces. As Chen Mobai absorbed and devoured the great Tao tree using the devouring god technique, he gradually came to understand it. Its accumulation is simply too profound. If the spiritual veins of this divine tree secret realm were at the 5th level, it would probably have already broken through to the 5th level. Chen Mobai remained highly vigilant, absorbing divine consciousness while simultaneously filtering and digesting it, lest he be contaminated by the immense spiritual consciousness of the great Tao tree. As he deepened his practice of the devouring god technique, he felt a strange resonance between his divine consciousness and the great Tao tree. He began to perceive the deeper secrets within the great Tao tree, and discovered the heavenly venerable great Tao hidden in the core of the space. However, before the longevity trial was activated, the great Tao tree was not qualified to mobilize the heavenly venerable great Tao, so Chen Mobai could safely use the devouring god technique. Don't worry about suddenly encountering the great Tao of the celestial venerable while you're swallowing. This discovery also sparked a thought in Chen Mobai's mind. Could he use this to filter the great Tao tree and then gradually devour the heavenly venerable great Tao? After this thought came to mind, Chen Mobai wrote it down, thinking about how to design a perfect plan to devour the heavenly venerable Tao in the future. In the following period, Chen Mobai began to focus on cultivating the devouring god technique. Time passed slowly, and he completely established a bridge of consciousness with the great Tao tree. The vast yet weak spiritual consciousness around him began to flow into the vortex between his eyebrows and be absorbed and devoured by him. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mobai felt his spiritual sense increase by nearly 1/10. The phoenix phantom in the purple mansion sea of consciousness gained a tangible, colorful spiritual light. It was at this moment that the morning bell suddenly rang. Chen Mobai immediately woke up and severed his connection with the great Tao tree. He slowly opened his eyes, which shone with an undisguised brilliance. This means that his spiritual sense has improved a lot in a short period of time, and there are some aspects that he cannot fully control. Chen Mobai immediately used the burning lamp technique to ignite the scattered spiritual consciousness of the great Tao tree that had appeared in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. He then refined and purified the divine consciousness that he had fused with, and the morning bell also rang to help him fully absorb and digest it. That's why he dared to absorb so much of the great Tao tree's spiritual energy on his first attempt at cultivation. After experiencing the increase in his divine sense, a hint of excitement flashed in Chen Mobai's eyes. At this rate, perhaps when he reaches the second level of the nascent soul stage, the phoenix rising to the sun diagram can be upgraded to the next level, responding to the spirit of the earth. At that time, he will truly be the darling of heaven and earth. The moment you step onto the mountain peak, you can sense all the mineral deposits, spiritual veins, and geological conditions of that area. For example, when mining spirit stones, the most difficult part is not knowing where those spirit stones are hidden underground. The deeper a cultivator's spiritual sense goes, the more difficult it becomes, with only geomancers having a slightly better chance. However, if Chen Mobai reaches the realm of the earth spirit, he can instantly draw a map of the distribution of all the spirit stones hidden in the underground parts of the Dongyi Dujiu mountain. Furthermore, back in Loquat Valley, we didn't need to go through so much trouble. When we got there, we could directly pinpoint the core gourd vine by observing the flow of the underground spiritual veins. Tengxianji allows him to perceive everything under heaven and on earth with the mind of heaven, while Yingling allows him to know the infinite mysteries that have evolved deep underground for hundreds of millions of years the moment he sets foot there. Once he reaches that level, his geomancer skills can instantly advance to the 5th rank. This is because he is only at the nascent soul stage, and his upper limit is locked at the 5th level. If he were at the deity transformation stage, he would be directly at the 6th level. The two realms of heavenly blessing and earthly spirit complement each other. After mastering the technique, Chen Mobai only needs to put a little effort into array formations to easily reach the level of a 5th-tier array master. However, Chen Mobai was happy to think that the first thing he would do after mastering the earth spirit technique was that he could teach Zhuo Ming again. Because of his master's possession of the spiritual connection of all things, Chen Mobai's skills in both spiritual plants and geomancy had long surpassed those of his own. Although Chen Mobai didn't say it, he still felt somewhat resentful about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 842, Returning to the Immortal Sect, bonus chapter for 11,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 842, Returning to the Immortal Sect, bonus chapter for 11,000 monthly tickets. After consolidating his growing divine sense in front of the great Tao tree, Chen Mobai left. Because he still needed to purify and refine his divine consciousness using the burning lamp technique, Chen Mobai planned to go into seclusion in Giant Wood Ridge for the next period of time. He could also return to the immortal sect to deal with the things that had accumulated. He had just returned to his Longevity Wood dojo when Gu Yan, having received the news, came to pay her respects. Since Zhou Wangshan left the Flying Dragon Pool, Gu Yan, who was in charge of contacting him, has been idle. Everyone in the Wood Vein knows that she is Chen Mobai's confidant, so they dare not assign her any other tasks. Gu Yan usually cultivates in her cave. The only thing she needs to do is wait for Chen Mobai's orders when he returns. Not bad, your cultivation is almost at the late foundation establishment stage. When Chen Mobai saw Gu Yan, he couldn't help but nod slightly, and then began to give her guidance on her cultivation. Gu Yan was overjoyed by this. She and Jiang Zhengheng were in the same batch of Foundation Establishment cultivators. The latter is now almost at the peak of Foundation Establishment, while she is still stuck at the bottleneck of the late stage of Foundation Establishment. With Chen Mobai's current level of cultivation, even without using the formless puppet, Gu Yan could benefit greatly from his casual guidance. If you want to form your core in the future, it's best to break through this bottleneck yourself. Once you overcome it through your own efforts, this experience will benefit you immensely in the future. Chen Mobai was sincere to everyone around him. Although Gu Yan's chances of forming her core were slim, he still tried his best to inform her of these things. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. Gu Yan looked very grateful. After she left, Chen Mobai thought that it was almost the end of the year, and it was time to return to the immortal sect. However, before that, he took some time to visit Baiyuan City. Soon, the news that 10 core formation elixir pills had been put on the shelves of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Baiyuan City spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. The 5 elements and 5 meridians, and even the Foundation Establishment cultivators of various major forces, are all inquiring about the origin and efficacy of this core formation elixir. The information listed on Lingbao Pavilion contained only one line: elixir for core formation, helpful for core formation. This was also at Chen Mobai's behest. If people knew the specific effects of the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill and the 5 Elements Golden Elixir, the entire eastern continent would probably be in an uproar. A 20% chance is enough to tempt any Foundation Establishment cultivator who aspires to form their core to take the risk. Although the 5 Elements sect is now a major sect at the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai felt it was better not to flaunt his wealth in the Heavenly River realm. Therefore, only the core cultivators of the sect know the specific details of the core formation elixir. Such brief information caused many Foundation Establishment cultivators to hesitate. Many sects in the Tian realm have special core formation artifacts tailored to their own cultivation methods, such as the Ice Marrow Jade and Water Mist Ice Crystal of the Snowfall Palace, and the Earth Core 3 Fire Pill of the Returning Heaven Valley, etc. I wonder if the core formation elixirs on the Lingbao Pavilion will be of any use to them. Some Foundation Establishment cultivators with a strong gambling spirit wanted to exchange for them, but were told that all the core formation elixirs had already been exchanged. This surprised many people, who wanted to know who this person was. Although those who exchanged the core formation elixir wanted to keep a low profile, the list was still leaked. After all, there are only so many cultivators who have reached the Foundation Establishment stage. Moreover, many of the 5 Elements sect cultivators who obtained the core formation elixir simply disappeared to go into seclusion, which further corroborates the list. The 5 Elements sect members counted and found that, apart from the wood vein, the other 4 veins also had cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage who had exchanged for it. This greatly excited and inspired all the Foundation Establishment cultivators of the 5 Elements sect. Although it wasn't redeemed by myself, it at least means that the core formation elixir refined by the wood vein is open to all 5 veins. In other words, if they are able to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment stage in the future, they will also have the opportunity to exchange for it. The Foundation Establishment cultivators of the other 4 meridians, after obtaining the core formation elixir, all went directly back to prepare to form their core in the spiritual vein that best suited them. Because there were quite a few people on the wood vein side, Chen Mobai made some arrangements. Jiang Zhengheng planned to go into seclusion in Pipa Valley, but he had to wait for Ye Xiaoqing to finish setting up the formation. He could also use this time to refine the last few drops of liquid spiritual energy. Yi Yun wanted to stay in Baiyuan City, because this immortal city held the most beautiful years of his foundation building, and was the place where he had worked hard. Moreover, this place is now a 4th-order spiritual vein, and it also has a 4th-order grand formation, so there's no need to worry about safety. After hearing this, Chen Mobai gave him the fourth-tier cave dwelling with the best spiritual energy next to the everlasting tree on the mountaintop. Needless to say, Zhou Wangshan went straight back to Giant Tree Ridge. He had Zhou Shenking's talisman, which allowed him to freely enter and exit the latter's longevity wood Taoist temple, a fourth-grade high-level spiritual vein. Luo Zuer chose to go to Fengyuwu, where the fourth-order water veins were more suitable for her. Chen Mobai also introduced Nujiang to her, since the latter also cultivated the heavenly waterfall technique and wanted him to share his experience. Nujiang was very generous in this regard, and personally came to take Luo Zuer and the two Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators from the water vein back with her. In the end, only Zhang Deming was left. He was rather poor. If Chen Mobai didn't make arrangements, he could at most rent a third-tier cave dwelling in Beiyuan City. Chen Mobai gave him two choices. One was to go to Hunyuan Immortal City with Kang Shangsu, where a fourth-grade low-level spiritual energy cave would be arranged for him. Secondly, there's Chen Mobai's longevity wood Taoist temple within Giant Wood Ridge. Since he's going back to the immortal sect to handle some matters, and it's just sitting empty anyway, letting Zhang Deming form his core is a way to make the most of it. In the end, Zhang Deming chose the second option and followed Chen Mobai back to Jumu Ridge. Thank you so much, sect leader. Your kindness and virtue are unforgettable. Zhang Deming had never experienced the fourth-grade superior spiritual energy in his life. After entering the Longevity Wood Dojo, he bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. If you need anything, just contact Gu Yan. As Chen Mobai spoke, Gu Yan happened to be right next to him. After listening, she gave Zhang Deming a slight bow. Under Gu Yan's guidance, Zhang Deming found a secluded corner and built an earthen house. Chen Mobai flew directly into the wooden house in the treetop, then activated the restriction and clicked on the tortoise to return to the immortal sect. After taking control of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he would often take time to return to Dongyi. After all, he was a prominent figure in the three great halls, and many people were paying attention to him. At the end of last year, through the combined efforts of the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages, Chen Mobai had been promoted to the Minister of the Law Enforcement Department. Bushan and Kun Peng did not stop them, and chose to abstain from voting. Chen Mobai was aware of this, mainly because the position of Minister of Law Enforcement was not very important to the overall situation of the immortal sect. His next step, becoming the deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall, is the most crucial. After his promotion, Chen Mobai did not resign from his position as the head of the Heaven Mending Group, because it would be too hasty to put Hua Zijing in a new position right after she returned from core formation. Zhuang Jialan was brought to the Law Enforcement Department by Chen Mobai. After a year of getting to know each other, she was able to take over the department's affairs. This is mainly because many people in the Law Enforcement Department are graduates of the Wuqi Dao Academy, and with Wang Shui's help, Zhuang Jialan is very adept at using them. In the immortal sects, it's common for nascent soul cultivators to not get involved in affairs. Therefore, everyone accepted Chen Mobai's reclusive lifestyle. In his fourth-tier courtyard, Chen Mobai met with Wang Shui, Hua Zijing, Zhuang Jialan, and others. In just a few words, he learned about the various events of the year and then formulated a work plan for the next few years. In a few years, I will be promoted to the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Righteous Law. At that time, Jialan will definitely follow me. We need to select a trustworthy person to train so that he can take over the position of Minister of Law Enforcement after me. After Chen Mobai said this, Wang Shui thought for a moment and suggested a candidate. What about Zhongli Tianyu? He has already successfully formed his core and has his own connections. If he takes over the enforcement department, we won't need to put in too much effort. Wang Shui's thoughts coincided with Chen Mobai's. With Zhongli Tianyu's talent and family background, it would be a waste for him to stay in Wufeng Immortal Mountain as a property security guard. Previously, because he had not yet formed his core, the Zhongli family was reluctant to let him take up an official post, and he himself was also lazy. Now that he has formed his core, he has no choice in the matter. Then let's go with him. Chen Mobai nodded, and then personally called Zhongli Zheng, the patriarch of the Zhongli family, who was very pleased to hear the news. As one of the two major departments of the Hall of Righteous Law, if Zhongli Tianyu does his job well, when Chen Mobai takes over the Hall of Righteous Law, with the help of his family's connections, he is very likely to be promoted to the position of Deputy Hall Master. In this way, Zhongli Tianyu would be able to obtain a kind of nascent soul elixir from the immortal sect, and with the addition of his family's inherited elixir, his chances of achieving nascent soul formation would be extremely high. In the immortal sects, whether or not one has a nascent soul stage makes a huge difference. Zhongli Tianyu embodies the hope that the Zhongli family can return to its former glory. Many thanks to Venerable Chun Yang for his guidance. The next day, Zhongli Zheng personally led Zhongli Tianyu to pay a visit, and the latter looked somewhat uneasy. Chen Mobai laughed and invited them to stay for a meal, then called Wang Shui over as well. How to proceed with Zhongli Tianyu taking over as the Minister of Law Enforcement is something for them to discuss and handle. He doesn't really want to get involved in these trivial matters. After finishing his work, Chen Mobai inquired about Yan Bingxuan. He currently has 7 water-element golden elixir pills. The effects of these pills can be stacked, although the overall effect will be greatly reduced. However, Chen Mobai still plans to find an excuse to give Yan Bingxuan 1 pill, plus the one refined by the immortal sect. With 2 water-element golden cores, Yan Bingxuan's golden core formation should be secure. After Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai remembered that there was also Meng Huinger. Because she is also in the core formation stage, it's not convenient to call her. I can only ask someone at the Dao Academy. Chen Mobai was too embarrassed to trouble Qi Yucheng with this kind of thing, so he asked Bayan Jingchun to take a look. Bayan Jingchun went to the depths of Wanbao Cave and told him that there was a violent surge and gathering of spiritual energy, which should be a sign that he was about to successfully form his core. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a little relieved. However, he also felt strange, because in his mind, with Meng Huinger's aptitude, even with the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, the probability of her forming a core was not high. After making 2 phone calls, Chen Mobai sent Zhuang Jialan to Wufeng Immortal Mountain to bring Shi Wanyu and her daughter back. Prepare for a harmonious and happy Chinese New Year for the whole family. End of this chapter. Chapter 843, The Beginning of the Minor Immortal Sect. Chapter 843, The Beginning of the Minor Immortal Sect. Another year has passed. That day, after finishing his meeting, Chen Mobai returned to his courtyard. He modified one of the rooms for use in weapon crafting. After informing Shi Wanyu, he began his seclusion again. A simple crimson bronze bell landed in Chen Mobai's palm. This was his natal magic weapon, the morning bell. Because he had spent all his time improving his cultivation level, the morning bell had only been nurtured to the peak of the 3rd rank to this day. This is quite rare among immortal sects. Because many cultivators here who are capable of breaking through to the next realm will cultivate to the limit of their current realm early on, and then while waiting for the elixir, they will pour their energy and vitality into their natal magic weapon to pass the time. Sometimes, even the natal magic weapon breaks through before the cultivator. But in Chen Mobai's case, the process was reversed. He cultivated too fast. Before Chen Zhang could even react, he had already successfully formed his nascent soul. What Chen Mobai needs to do now is to directly use higher-level materials to upgrade it. For other cultivators in the immortal sect, this process is extremely difficult, requiring not only 4th-grade spiritual materials, but also advanced weapon refining skills. But for Chen Mobai, there was no problem at all. Under the ascension technique of the Kantanki, he concentrated his mind and circulated his energy, using the Daoshui fire to melt the spiritual materials that shimmered with various lights, gradually replacing the 3rd-order red copper in the morning bell's body. Of these spiritual materials, about 1/10 were acquired by him from the immortal sect. The vast majority of the rest were found in the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's treasury. In fact, There were so many fourth-order spiritual materials to choose from that it was almost overwhelming. In the end, we used the materials available from the Immortal sect to create the current set for upgrading. With Chen Mobai's current level of cultivation, upgrading his natal magic weapon from the 3rd to the 4th tier is not exactly easy, but it's not difficult either. As the last piece of 3rd tier material in the morning bell was replaced by 5th tier Xuanjin, a strong and deep bell rang throughout the entire weapon refining room. Fortunately, Chen Mobai considered that many materials used in his weapon forging could not be seen by others, so he put a lot of effort into the restrictions on the forging room. All the bell sounds were isolated inside the room. Otherwise, this sound would probably be heard throughout most of Wangu Cave Heaven. Under the influence of the Kantanki and the Tashita fire, the morning bell gradually merged with these spiritual materials and began to undergo a complete transformation. During this process, Chen Mobai was also distracted, using the burning lamp technique to purify and refine the divine consciousness he had gained after cultivating the devouring God technique. After an unknown amount of time, the morning bell finally completed its ascension to the next level with a clear, resonant chime. Chen Mobai also opened his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the morning bell was already floating above his palm, emitting a faint reddish-gold luster. Compared to when it was at the 3rd level, the bell was much wider and thicker. With a gentle shake, the bell's sound became clearer and more resonant, and the already refined divine sense seemed to be further purified. Chen Mobai looked satisfied. This natal magic weapon, if nurtured with spirituality, can be upgraded all the way to the peak of the 4th rank. It's even possible that it could become a 5th rank weapon due to the addition of 5th rank Xuanjin. After upgrading the morning bell, he didn't stop there. He then took out the Hayashin mirror, preparing to upgrade this magical artifact as well. He had obtained far too many spiritual materials from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, including 5th order Xuan gold, so he planned to upgrade all the magical artifacts he had on hand. Because the Hayashin mirror was originally a 4th tier item and already possessed a slight spiritual quality, Chen Mobai easily upgraded it from a lower-grade 4th tier item to a middle-grade 4th tier item. Next, as long as Hayashin mirror fully digests these new spiritual materials, it will soon be able to advance to the 4th tier high-grade level. However, the issue of upgrading from 4th to 5th tier is no longer about materials. The main thing is to cultivate the spirituality of the ritual implement. After upgrading his 2 natal magic weapons, Chen Mobai took out the Azure Frost Sword. Although this sword wasn't his own, it had made a great contribution to Chen Mobai's refinement of the Duyuo fire. Now that he had the opportunity, Chen Mobai would certainly not treat him unfairly. Owner. However, as soon as the Azure Frost Sword appeared, it had already called out a few words. This made Chen Mobai very embarrassed, and he shook his head repeatedly. This indicates that he merely borrowed it from Pei Qingshuang, and that Pei Qingshuang remains its nominal owner. Yes, master. The answer from Qing Xuangjian was completely opposite to what Chen Mobai meant by correcting him. Helplessly shaking his head, Chen Mobai took out the last piece of 5th grade Xuanjin scrap material. The Azure Frost Sword immediately began to sway gently, transforming into a streak of azure light that began to revolve around him. Chen Mobai reached out to soothe it, then used the Daoshui fire to transform the 5th order Xuanjin. The Azure Frost Sword spirituality is second only to the Purple Lightning Sword. The process of absorbing the Xuan gold doesn't even require Chen Mobai's attention. After the initial guidance, it was already able to refine it on its own. 3 months have passed since all 3 magical artifacts were upgraded. After checking the time, Chen Mobai clicked on the tortoise and went to the Heavenly River realm. Guyan arrived quickly and was asked about recent events. However, both the Eastern Wilderness and the Eastern Barbarians were peaceful and calm. Guided by his new policies, the 5-element sect began to develop and improve steadily. Currently, the total number of Qi cultivation disciples in the 5 elements and 5 meridians is nearly 30,000. This size is already comparable to that of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. and it is still growing. Because the sect used to recruit disciples only once every 10 years, it was very likely that many people with spiritual roots would be missed. Therefore, Chen Mobai decided to change it to recruiting every year. Of course, it wasn't directly incorporated into the Five Elements sect. Instead, following the model of the Longevity Academy in Baiyuan City, new academies were established in the counties where the Five Elements and Five Veins were located, and any disciple with spiritual roots who met the requirements could enroll for free. Even those with poor spiritual talent can still enroll at their own expense. Sheng Jiaxi, who had long coveted the real estate in Baiyuan City, was the first to respond to the call. He established the Huijian Academy in Yan County and followed the same model, selling school district properties, making a fortune. However, according to Chen Mobai's plan, the spirit stones she earned were to be used to build a celestial city. With the rapid development of society, urbanization is an inevitable process. It not only broadens the horizons of cultivators, but also promotes economic development and prosperity, facilitating the flow of resources in the eastern wilderness and creating more opportunities. Baiyuan City is a very good example. Because this immortal city gathers nearly half of the cultivators in the eastern wilderness, resources of the first to third tiers can basically be purchased here. Last year alone, 7 family cultivators and 3 independent cultivators successfully established their foundations in Baiyuan City. In the past, let alone the foundation establishment pill, their breakthrough process might have been interrupted and failed. The existence of Baiyuan City gives independent cultivators the confidence to pursue breakthroughs in seclusion with peace of mind. This is why all the independent cultivators in the eastern wilderness consider it an honor to have a house in Baiyuan City. Owning a house brings a sense of security. This sense of security comes from the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai wanted to extend the success of Baiyuan Immortal City to the entire eastern wilderness. The 5 Elements and 5 Veins fully support this view. After all, Baiyuan City is located at the northernmost tip of the eastern wilderness, and it cannot reach many remote areas. Chen Mobai plans to first establish 5 immortal cities centered around the 5 elements and 5 veins. This will require a lot of spirit stones. The 5 Elements sect will sponsor a portion, and the sale of school district housing in the academy will collect a portion in advance. That should be enough. If this step is successful, then it can be gradually extended to establish secondary cities and more academies in the remaining 14 counties. Ultimately, the entire eastern wilderness was gradually transformed into a model similar to that of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai didn't know if this idea would succeed, but he was trying his best within his capabilities. If he could transform the eastern wilderness into a minor immortal sect, he might be able to cultivate a new, unique, and perfectly compatible Tao Law fruit here. After inquiring about the construction progress of the 5 new academies and the immortal city, Chen Mobai first went to Tianping Mountain. The Yun County, where Tianping Mountain is located, is the site chosen by the water veins for both the academy and the immortal city. Because Feng Yuwu was constantly at war and too dangerous, Nujiang investigated 5 counties along the edge of Yunmeng's and finally chose Yun County, which was in the middle. The name of this academy and immortal city is Yunmeng. Meanwhile, at Giantwood Ridge, following Chen Mobai's instructions, a Divine Wood Academy was built. The immortal city would then expand outwards from Divine Wood City. The Earth Vein already has the primordial immortal city. All that's needed is to build another Earth Academy. Finally, Jinmai found it troublesome and, even with Chen Mobai's orders, dragged his feet and was inefficient. Chen Mobai could only send people over to help Jinmai complete this task. Upon hearing that they wouldn't have to do anything, Jinmai was immediately overjoyed and handed over all their tasks to Ding Ying and Qi Rui, who had been sent by Chen Mobai. Ding Ying's seniority in the Changsheng Academy was second only to Jiang Zhengheng. Although it was very difficult to build an academy in Feng County from scratch, he was willing to accept the task. Qi Rui had served in Baiyuan City for decades and was highly experienced. Both of them were Chen Mobai's proteges. I was entrusted with this important task because I wanted to perform well, accumulate contributions, and prepare for exchanging for core formation elixir in the future. After Chen Mobai led Qingnu on a tour of Yunmeng Academy and Immortal City, they went to Beiyuan City. Because the eldest disciple Liu Wenbai sent a message talisman, saying that Zhu Ting, on behalf of the sealed-off Chuixu Palace, had sent a letter, and Zhu Jinyu wanted to lead Chuixu Palace to surrender to the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai was quite surprised by this. However, upon closer reflection, it seems that this was the only choice Zhu Jinyu could make. End of this chapter. Chapter 844, The Submission of Fubuki Palace. Chapter 844, The Submission of Fubuki Palace. Although Fubuki Palace is closed off, it can still receive information from the outside world. Because when Lan Lingping sealed off the mountain, she led some of her disciples away from the sect in advance and has been making a living in Beiyuan City ever since. She originally planned to stay in Beiyuan City for a while before going to Yunmeng's to find a spiritual island, lead her disciples to establish a branch sect, and inherit the lineage of Chuixu Palace. But later, they found that it was more convenient to cultivate in Beiyuan City. With the help of the large number of spirit stones she brought from the sect, she purchased many resources that Snowfall Palace had never been able to collect before, and raised her cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. She even had a fourth-tier water mist ice crystal, which could be used to assist in the formation of the core. However, even though the conditions were met, Lan Lingping dared not trigger the formation of her golden core. After all, she was in Beiyuan City, and although the Five Elements sect promised to protect the homeowner's safety as long as they bought the house. But she wasn't at the foundation establishment stage. She was at the core formation stage. And as for the locals' ways, those who know know. Under these circumstances, Lan Lingping lived on thin ice in Beiyuan City for 20 years. She originally wanted to lead her disciples to Yunmeng's after emerging from seclusion, but during her time in seclusion, these disciples accepted various tasks issued by Lingbao Pavilion in order to pay for the high rent in Beiyuan City. Because the disciples of the Snowfall Palace are all skilled in the art of controlling clouds and rain, with a little training, they can take care of the spirit fields, spirit rice, and spirit plants. Some of those skilled in dredging techniques were even paid double by Zhuo Ming to dig up trees and control desertification in Han County. After Lan Lingping emerged from seclusion, many outstanding disciples worked hard and saved enough spirit stones for a down payment on a house in the suburbs of Beiyuan City. These disciples naturally did not want to go to Yunmeng's with Lan Lingping. After all, here, as long as you are willing to work, you can get spirit stones, and if you are involved in the Five Elements sects projects, you can even get free spirit rice. However, if one goes to Yunmeng's, one's life and death will no longer be in one's own hands. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would almost certainly die if they encountered a Tier 3 demonic beast during a horde of demonic beasts. Any normal cultivator would choose to stay in Beiyuan City. Seeing that only a few loyal disciples were willing to follow her, Lan Lingping thought for a while and decided to keep her body for good and not go to a dangerous place like Yunmeng's. After all, she took a lot of the Snowfall Palace's possessions with her. She not only purchased a third-tier cave dwelling, but also could buy all kinds of pills and resources she needed at any time. She had become somewhat accustomed to the life of a superior person in Beiyuan City. Subsequently, Lan Lingping witnessed the Five Elements sect's strength, which underwent a dramatic transformation in a short period of time. After the news of Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking, two nascent soul cultivators, being exposed and destroying the Xuanxiao Dao Palace came, she completely lost the desire for revenge. They even take pride in being official residents of Beiyuan City. Because after the destruction of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the housing prices in Beiyuan City increased more than threefold in a short period of time. The protection offered by a golden core sect is incomparable to that offered by a nascent soul sect. The protectors of Beiyuan City have upgraded from golden core to two nascent soul cultivators, Any cultivator with a discerning eye knows the value of the real estate in this immortal city. This means that as long as you don't offend the holy land of the East, the Five Elements sect can guarantee your safety. It was at that time that Lan Lingping began writing letters to persuade Zhu Jinyu, saying, "Why don't we surrender? Didn't you see that Yan Shaoyan, a core formation cultivator, also offered up the 1,000-year foundation of Huishan Valley to the Five Elements sect?" After all, although the Five Elements sect leader Chen is a sincere gentleman, Zhou Shenking is not. He had many grudges with Kong Lingling in the past. After the Five Elements sect digests the territory of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the next target will definitely be to clean up the forces in the eastern wilderness that do not yet belong to the Five Elements sect. Even if they have a fourth-order grand formation, facing a nascent soul cultivator, it's just a matter of whether they die sooner or later. Moreover, because Kong Lingling was tainted by demonic practices, the Five Elements sect's elimination of the Snowfall Palace was even seen as acting on behalf of heaven. Without the aid of the Ice Heaven Palace, if they still don't realize the situation, the end of the mountain closure will likely mean the complete destruction of their sect. Zhu Jinyu was also very hesitant about this. Her heart was constantly wavering between the foundation of her ancestors' legacy and her own life. But in the end, his own life prevailed. Who wants to die when they can live? Moreover, after hearing Lan Lingping describe the changes in the eastern wilderness under the rule of the Five Elements sect, Zhu Jinyu felt that she might also be able to form a golden core. After all, for a major golden core sect, the appearance of another core formation cultivator within their territory is naturally a thorn in their side. However, for the Five Elements sect now, if they were to attempt to form their core, the nascent soul cultivators would probably just give a curt "oh" at most. With this in mind, Zhu Jinyu decided to give up the millennia-old legacy left by his ancestor in exchange for freedom in the eastern wilderness. After Chen Mobai arrived in Beiyuan City, Liu Wenbai brought Zhu Ting with him. "Greetings, Venerable One." After many years, Zhu Ting remained unchanged, graceful and respectful. Chen Mobai always greeted acquaintances with a smile, and after receiving the letter, he asked her to sit down. Zhu Ting, however, dared not, and stood with Liu Wenbai waiting for him to finish reading. Master Zhu's actions are in accordance with the will of heaven and the general trend, and his future achievements will surely be extraordinary. After reading it, Chen Mobai gave a compliment. After all, being able to take down the last force in the eastern wilderness that did not belong to them without shedding blood was a good thing for both him and the Five Elements sect. However, this is also due to Chen Mobai's good reputation in the eastern wilderness over the years. If it were anyone else, Zhu Jinyu and Lan Lingping would probably have abandoned their disciples and taken the assets of the Snowfall Palace the moment they learned that the Five Elements sect had two nascent soul cultivators. Sect leader Zhu said that after joining the Five Elements sect, the Snowfall Palace is willing to offer up all its spiritual resources, just so that he and his disciples can have a place to stay in Beiyuan City. Zhu Ting spoke somewhat shyly. After all, the current housing prices in Beiyuan City are so high that even a cultivation family would have to grit their teeth to buy a house. If all the people in the Snowfall Palace were to be accommodated, the amount of spirit stones would be astronomical. There aren't enough vacant houses left in Beiyuan City, and I can't ask other residents to give up their properties. At most, I can arrange one for sect leader Zhu. Chen Mobai shook his head and rejected the request outright. "Yes, I will report back truthfully when I get back." After hearing this, Zhu Ting didn't say anything more. In her opinion, Zhu Jinyu would definitely agree. After all, now it's the Snowfall Palace that's begging to submit to the Five Elements sect, and they've even arranged for her to settle in Beiyuan City. "I'll write a letter, Zhu Ting. You take it back to Zhu Jinyu and tell her that after the Snowfall Palace submits, it should be disbanded on the spot. That way, the Snowfall Palace will no longer exist, and the oath to seal the mountain will no longer need to be kept. However, in order to prevent the disciples from gathering and causing trouble after the disbandment of the Snow Palace, I will arrange a job for each of them. As long as they are willing to work hard, they will definitely not have a problem supporting their cultivation. I will arrange to develop the fourth-order spiritual vein left behind by the Snowfall Palace into a new academy, an immortal city. Once the immortal city is established, any former Snowfall Palace disciple can receive a cave dwelling based on their cultivation level. That's how Chen Mobai came up with the concept of resettlement housing. Zuding seemed to understand, but not quite. But Chen Mobai wrote down everything he said. "Master, I shall take my leave now." After receiving the letter, Zhu Ting bowed respectfully. "No need to rush. Minger is coming over today too, so you can all get together." Chen Mobai called her over, then asked Liu Wenbai to make tea and inquired about her situation over the years. Zuding only said a few words briefly. When the Snow Palace was closed off, she was the only person allowed to enter and leave. All kinds of resources, such as spirit rice, had to go through her to be sent back, so she was respected. This matter is very simple, because Lan Lingping usually purchases most of the supplies in Baiyuan City, and she only needs to come and pick them up when the time comes. However, there are also some rumors that she is a traitor to the Snowfall Palace and has long since defected to the Five Elements sect, which is why she receives such preferential treatment. Zuding did not respond to this. After the Five Elements sect destroyed the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and the existence of the two nascent soul cultivators was exposed, many of her senior and junior sisters in the Snowfall Palace took the initiative to approach her, wanting to ask if there was still a chance to join them. After the Five Elements sect demonstrated its formidable strength, the idea of submission and allegiance began to stir among many disciples of the Snowfall Palace. Zhu Jinyu also realized this, which is why she didn't hesitate any longer. A short while later, Zhu Ming arrived. She was very happy to see Zuding there as well. The two are true best friends, and Zhu Ming is also Zhu Ting's first confidant. The latter's somewhat aloof face blossoms into a rare gentle smile the moment she sees Zhu Ming. "Master, I sense that I am about to form my core." After catching up with the two long-lost friends, Zhu Ming explained the purpose of her visit. Chen Mobai was overjoyed upon hearing this. End of this chapter. Chapter 845, Enlightenment and Core Formation. Bonus chapter for 12,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 845, Enlightenment and Core Formation. Bonus chapter for 12,000 monthly tickets. Zhu Ming came to this eastern wilderness plateau on Chen Mobai's orders and has been here for 40 years. Over the past 40 years, she first opened up the Great River in Yan County, and then reclaimed 30 million mu of spiritual fields in the land irrigated by the Beijiangmo River, so that all the cultivators of the Five Elements sect could eat spiritual rice every meal. Then, in Hong County, they planted trees to control desertification and turned the desert into fertile land. Today, even rogue cultivators can eat spirit rice every day. Not long ago, the greenery that Zhu Ming had planted over the years finally covered the entire Rainbow County, and under her and many other cultivators' careful care, it grew strong and healthy. In other words, Zhu Ming achieved the small goal that Chen Mobai had set for her. The land of Hongjun, once covered by desert, has been transformed back into lush green hills and clear waters. Since the beginning of this year, Zhu Ming has felt that whenever she sets foot on the earth, streams of pure energy flow towards her from deep within the earth's crust. These energies didn't even need her guidance. They willingly entered her body and were actively refined by her. Zhu Ming's cultivation level also became increasingly profound, and he soon reached the threshold of core formation. However, at this point, she became somewhat flustered. Although Chen Mobai had told her about enlightenment and core formation, she had never experienced it before, and she was also afraid that she would fail or perish under the heavenly tribulation if she took that step. Therefore, Zhu Ming voluntarily sealed her cultivation. However, it would be a pity to waste those pure earth energies, so she stored them all in the Wanwu Hao Ding. Then they came to Baiyuan City to find their master, Chen Mobai. "I have only heard about enlightenment and core formation from others, but your concerns are not unreasonable," I will stay with you until you achieve core formation. Even within the immortal sects, examples of those who attain enlightenment and form their core are few and far between. However, Chen Mobai is willing to spend time with his apprentice. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Zhu Ming was also very happy. Zhu Ting, standing to the side, looked on with envy. After all, this was a nascent soul cultivator personally protecting her. It was estimated that only the Xiao Nanshan lineage in the entire eastern wilderness received such treatment. A short while later, Yuan Che, who had received the order, also arrived. Chen Mobai entrusted the task of taking over the Snowfall Palace to him and Liu Wenbai, which was a considerable achievement for the Five-Element sect. Since he no longer needed these things, he simply gave them to the two of them. After making the arrangements, Chen Mobai instructed them to take Zuding to Lan Lingping and Zhu Jinyu to discuss the specifics of their allegiance. Chen Mobai, have you thought about where to form your core? When only the master and disciple remained in the hall, they began to discuss the key to forming the golden core. Reporting to master, I wish to return to Zion Enshin. The location Zhu Ming mentioned surprised Chen Mobai slightly, since it was only a low-grade fourth-order spiritual vein. However, for Zhu Ming, the level of the spiritual vein was irrelevant. Even in the wilderness, there would be endless earth energy flowing in to help her. Most importantly, one must understand one's own path. All right, but before we go back, let me take you on a trip to the eastern wilderness plateau. Among the immortal sects, the most recent person to achieve enlightenment and core formation, excluding the fake Chen Mobai, is the former Immortal Affairs Hall Master Lin Dayaming. After he achieved the golden core stage, he wrote a paper specifically recounting the entire process. The most crucial point is to reflect in one's heart the path one has followed and completed before forming the golden core. Zhu Ming listened to what Chen Mobai said, but only vaguely understood. Instead of using the teleportation array, Chen Mobai directly piloted the Tei 5 smoke silk and flew to the very beginning of the creation of the eastern wilderness plateau. That is the snow mountain of Frost County. The snowmelt that flows down from here, guided by the modified terrain and array formations, becomes the source of the Beijiang River. The master and his apprentice arrived at the summit of the snow-capped mountain. What did you sense? Dead silence, cold, yet it also seems to contain endless vitality. Although Zhu Ming's cultivation level was insufficient, due to the spiritual connection of all things, he was able to barely sense that in the depths of the cold and desolate mountains, tiny lives were struggling with unwavering resilience, waiting for the glaciers to melt into snowmelt and carry them away from here. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly, then led Zhu Ming onto the icy snowmelt. They descended from the mountain into the large lake at the foot of the mountain, and then followed the newly opened river channel, converging into the Beijiang River in Yan County. Upon arriving here, Zhu Ming suddenly felt a surge of energy. The scenery along the Beijiang River, the lush trees on the riverbanks, the thousands of acres of spirit rice, the tenacious spirit herbs that spread everywhere, and the herds of spirit sheep and cattle that feed on the spirit herbs, was all clearly reflected in her purple mansion sea of consciousness, as if she had transformed into this land, and all of this was happening to her. The scene of all things thriving captivated Zhu Ming. She gradually forgot that she needed to form her core, and followed Chen Mobai all the way through Beijiang and Mo. On the shore of Xiaojun, she looked at the surging Yunmeng Marsh and felt the slow but inevitable erosion of the surrounding soil. She vaguely saw the scene at the beginning of the Suig era, before the earth had emerged from the water and the Tian realm was submerged by the endless ocean. This scene made her frown slightly, her heart tighten, and anxiety gradually welled up inside her, even giving her a suffocating feeling that she couldn't breathe. At that moment, a bell rang, waking Zhu Ming. You follow the way of the earth, and you should have reverence for water but not fear it. Chen Mobai spoke, and Zhu Ming nodded gently. Just now, she merged too much with the land here and felt it slowly flowing away from the thousands of years of erosion by Yunmengs. The helplessness she felt was like she had gone mad. Zhu Ming knew she couldn't indulge in this moment, but she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Chen Mobai rang the morning bell from the side. After leaving Zhao County, the master and disciple went to Hong County, the last county they visited. This was also the place where Zhu Ming had spent the most energy and time. After arriving here, even without using the sound of the valley, Chen Mobai could sense the endless earth spiritual energy deep within the earth rushing towards Zhu Ming beside him. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, Zhu Ming released the seal of the nine-ren body, allowing the vast earth spiritual energy to enter her body. Her already mastered Earth Mother technique automatically activated, helping her absorb and refine it. The master and apprentice walked along the black water to Luo Yixuan's cold Ying Lake, where the latter immediately flew out with a look of surprise. After spending 2 days as a guest here, Chen Mobai took Zhu Ming towards the boundless sea of sand. This time, however, there's an extra Luo Yixuan. Minger, this place is also part of the earth. You should experience it too. Chen Mobai's voice rang in Zhu Ming's ears, like a spring breeze, bringing her peace of mind. Because she can sense the emotions of the earth, every time she comes to the boundless desert, she feels the same way, as if she herself has a serious illness and is filled with fear. With Chen Mobai by her side this time, she mustered her courage and stepped in again. The deeper she ventured into the desert, the more she felt the deathly stillness of the land, like an endless darkness devoid of life, enveloping her. That profound and gloomy atmosphere made the usually bright Zhu Ming look helpless. At the critical moment, a bell rang, and a flame lit up beside Zhu Ming, illuminating the darkness and bringing light. The appearance of Chen Mobai and Luo Yixuan gave Zhu Ming support as she connected with the spirit of this desert. Chen Mobai, holding a torch and waving the morning bell in his hand, walked ahead, while Luo Yixuan reached out and held Zhu Ming's hand, accompanying her as she moved forward in the darkness. They didn't know how much time had passed, but they had already stepped into the depths of the boundless sea of sand. This place is deserted and desolate. Chen Mobai found a high sand dune and stopped there, then guided Zhu Ming to awaken from the darkness of the boundless sea of sand. Enlightenment and core formation are not just about improving one's cultivation level, but also about elevating one's soul. All you need to do is see your own heart clearly and understand what you want. It's that simple. This was also the last sentence in Lin Daoming's thesis. After it reached Zhu Ming's ears through Chen Mobai's words, she seemed to have gained some understanding. She emptied her mind and resonated once again with the boundless sea of sand. But this time, she heard a mournful cry hidden within the deathly silence and darkness. This place used to be a place of green hills and clear waters, with fertile land. But at some point, an endless swarm of locusts came, darkening the sky and devouring everything that could be eaten. Eventually, the soil became weak and sick, and it turned into what it is now. Zhu Ming saw the past of the sandy sea beneath her feet, layers of tender green vegetation, lush and vibrant. Every time the rain fell, new green shoots would sprout from the soil, covering the earth in green. After understanding it, Zhu Ming no longer felt that darkness was scary. It was at this moment that the boundless sea of sand began to tremble slightly. Upon discovering this scene, Luo Yixuan was surprised, while Chen Mobai smiled slightly upon seeing the unprecedented tranquility and serenity on Zhu Ming's face. Amidst the echoes of the empty valley, he heard the purest and most profound energy of creation rising from the depths of the earth, a force unknown to him. What should have been an obstacle, the heavy sand that had accumulated over tens of millions of years, suddenly parted to create a path, allowing the energy of creation to break through it, emerge from the sand, and surge toward Zhu Ming. At the same time, the Wu-Howed cauldron flew out, and the abundant earth energy accumulated inside began to pour down towards Zhu Ming. Then a small green blade of grass sprouted at Zhu Ming's feet, followed by a pale yellow flower. In this boundless sea of sand where spiritual energy was extinguished and all things were desolate, such a vibrant scene suddenly appeared, leaving Luo Yixuan in shock. It was at this moment that a dark cloud suddenly gathered in the sky. This means that Zhu Ming's golden core has been formed, and she is about to undergo tribulation. Seeing this, Chen Mobai picked up the morning bell in his hand and was about to make a move when a light drizzle suddenly began to fall. First came a light drizzle, then a torrential downpour, with torrents of water cascading from the sky, creating a white mist over the yellow sand dunes. This heavy rain seemed poised to submerge the entire world. However, Chen Mobai did not sense any signs of heavenly tribulation. In fact, he even sensed the essence of life force within it, which was being guided by the cauldron of all things and virtue, and slowly flowed into Zhuo Ming's body. What about the heavenly tribulation? Just as Chen Mobai was filled with surprise and doubt, Zhuo Ming, who had obtained the essence of heaven and earth, underwent a tremendous change. She had already reached the third tier of the nine-ren body technique, but at this moment she rapidly advanced to the fifth tier of perfection, her skin as clear and translucent as topaz. She then quickly broke through the bottleneck, reaching the sixth tier, which is the middle-grade third tier of body tempering. A round, apricot yellow pattern appeared between her eyebrows. This is the Earth Mother seal, achieved through the ultimate cultivation of the Earth Mother technique. With this, you can manipulate the Earth's magnetic power. This also means that Zhuo Ming has successfully formed his core, found his own path, and taken the most crucial step in his cultivation career. Seeing this, Chen Mobai was relieved. Next, he quietly stood guard by her side, waiting for her to consolidate her cultivation. End of this chapter. Chapter 846, Immortal Earth Spiritual Root. Chapter 846, Immortal Earth Spiritual Root. It took Zhuo Ming 7 full days to awaken from his state of enlightenment. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clearer yet imbued with a maturity she had never possessed before. She gently opened her palm, and the apricot yellow Earth Mother seal between her brows shimmered, emanating a faint ripple, causing the surrounding sand grains to move without wind. As she breathed, the sea of sand began to rise and fall, swirling and drifting, forming patterns of abundant harvests. This is Zhuo Ming testing his earth elemental magnetic power. Soon, a sand dune not far away began to move in her mind's eye, as if some enormous creature was slowly swimming underground. Then, the entire sand dune rose up and under her control, combined and transformed into an exquisite sand tower. Seeing this, Zhuo Ming smiled with satisfaction. She felt that her spiritual connection with all things had advanced further. Under this wondrous perception, the grains of sand in the boundless desert began to emit a faint glow, as if celebrating her core formation. Surrounded by sand, Zhuo Ming's body floated lightly into the air, as light as the wind. Chen Mobai could naturally tell that she hadn't used any flying techniques, but rather that the Earth's magnetic field had lifted her up. Everything has a magnetic field. The yin and yang sections of the 6 imperial scriptures of the immortal sect are about controlling the yin and yang primordial magnetic fields of all things. When cultivated to the highest level, anything with a magnetic field can be controlled and manipulated. Although Zhuo Ming can only control the Earth's magnetic field, this Earth's magnetic field is the largest magnetic field in the world. All things in the universe evolve and develop under the influence of the Earth's magnetic field. This is the highest realm envisioned in the Earth Mother technique, but according to Chen Mobai's understanding, he has not heard of anyone being able to achieve it. After all, the Earth Mother technique can only be cultivated up to the core formation stage, and it doesn't significantly improve combat power. It's specifically designed for those with strong Earth spiritual roots. In an environment like the Heavenly River realm, those with exceptional Earth spiritual root talent wouldn't waste time cultivating such a technique. Chen Mobai felt that if it weren't Zhuo Ming, even if someone else had cultivated the Earth Mother technique to its highest level, they probably wouldn't have been able to condense the Earth Mother seal. For example, his crown of heaven and earth and all beings was achieved through a unique form of enlightenment, accomplished by fulfilling his grand ambition of unifying the eastern wilderness. Whether it's introspecting oneself or observing the world, these are abilities unique to him. Or perhaps it was precisely because Zhuo Ming had attained enlightenment that heaven and earth naturally allowed her to condense the Earth Mother seal. Thank you for imparting the Tao, Master. After trying out the Earth magnetic power she had just obtained, Zhu Ming gently landed on the sand dune and gave Chen Mobai a bright and happy smile. No need for formalities. All of this is the result of your own hard work. Chen Mobai shook his head with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Ming also thanked Luo Yixuan. The two sisters held hands, and the former used the earth magnetic force to let the latter experience the feeling of being lifted off the ground by the power of the magnetic force. If my master hadn't taken me all over the eastern wilderness plateau, I wouldn't have been able to hear so many sounds from the earth, or experience its joy, pain, hope, and other emotions. Zhu Ming's voice was filled with excitement and emotion. Besides the Earth Mother seal, have you gained anything else from this enlightenment and core formation? Chen Mobai asked with some curiosity. My heaven and earth crown has two abilities. I wonder if Zhu Ming has a second one. There probably aren't any left. Zhu Ming shook her head uncertainly, because at least in her perception, she had only condensed one Earth Mother seal. Transfer a wisp of spiritual energy to me. Chen Mobai took out the spirit testing instrument and spoke to Zhu Ming. The latter nodded and skillfully transferred the primordial energy of all things after the formation of the core. Zhu Ming, Metal 3, Wood 22, Water 23, Fire 9, Earth 100. Chen Mobai stared at the Earth 100 displayed on the screen, his mouth agape slightly. If he weren't thinking about his role as a teacher, he probably would have been shocked. It's already a celestial earth spiritual root. So the previous enlightenment and core formation were actually superimposed with the process of hearing the Tao through the immortal spiritual root, which is why the Earth Mother seal was able to be condensed. Or is it because he became a celestial spiritual root that he was able to achieve enlightenment and form his core this time? Chen Mobai was also somewhat confused about this. However, he quickly changed his mind, since no matter what, this was a good thing for Zhu Ming. This disciple had previously consumed the earth vein pill refined by Qing Nu. Although he didn't have the auspicious blessing like Chen Mobai, his earth spiritual root had actually increased to 93 points. This time, my enlightenment and core formation were directly at 100% perfection, which is only an increase of 7 points in earth spiritual root, so it's not too exaggerated. However, despite thinking this way, Chen Mobai's cautious nature led him to personally take Zhu Ming's pulse and listen to her current state of mind and spirit. Upon hearing this, he immediately noticed something amiss. The incomplete innate earth element essence that Zhu Ming's spleen, stomach, and internal organs had originally condensed due to refining the qi of creation was now fully replenished, becoming a complete essence. I don't know if this is a stroke of luck for enlightenment and core formation, or the blessing of a celestial spiritual root hearing the Tao. This was an incredible opportunity for Zhu Ming. Although she had traveled all over the eastern wilderness plateau and found the qi of creation, it was only enough for her to condense 1 or 2/10 of the innate earth elemental qi. But this time, the earth filled in the remaining 8 or 9/10 for her. With this, she faced no obstacles in cultivating the Yellow Emperor's Virtue Classic. Moreover, it is even possible to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit simultaneously. Zhu Ming's current talent is even more exaggerated than Zhou Yi's heavenly earth spiritual root. If the Yiyuan Tao Palace found out, they would definitely be scrambling to take him under their wing. As expected, only Ming'er can inherit my mantle. Chen Mobai became more and more satisfied with Zhu Ming. This apprentice's future is destined to be extraordinary. However, without his discerning and wise mentor, Zhu Ming would probably still be struggling to make a living at the bottom of the 5-element sect, and might even have difficulty reaching the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, a good education system and a strong teaching staff are the keys to a sect's growth and success. Thinking about this gave Chen Mobai even more motivation to open academies in various parts of the eastern wilderness. After Zhu Ming achieved core formation, the journey of the three of them, master and disciples, came to a perfect end. What are Ming'er's plans for the future? On the way back, Chen Mobai asked if she had already completed several major projects that would transform the eastern wilderness plateau. Master, What I want is to continue leading the cultivators in Rainbow County to govern this boundless sea of sand. Zhuo Ming spoke up, saying that during her enlightenment and core formation process, she felt the earth here was wailing. Although it was already critically ill, she still wanted to try to save it. That's right, but this endless sea of sand is almost boundless. Even if you were to use all the disciples of the Five Elements sect, it would probably take thousands of years to have any hope of governing it. If you want to accomplish this, I suggest that while you are governing the endless sea of sand, you should prioritize improving your cultivation. If you reach the nascent soul stage or even the deity stage in the future, governing this place will be much easier. Chen Mobai naturally nodded in agreement with his disciple's idea, but also hoped that Zhuo Ming could consider the practicalities. Then, Master, what should I do next? Since Zhuo Ming began her cultivation, all the steps had been arranged for her by Chen Mobai, and this time was no exception. She respectfully asked for his guidance. After the Snowfall Palace submitted, the entire eastern wilderness now belongs to our Five Elements sect. Although this land has been developed for thousands of years since the time of the One Yuan true monarch, there are still many places where soil resources have been wasted or even destroyed. I have a dream to plant rice, fruit trees, and other crops on all the wasteland in the eastern wilderness, so that every autumn harvest will be filled with the fragrance of rice and ripe fruits. I want everyone, whether cultivators or mortals, to be able to eat their fill and eat well. This is also one of the new policies in the Eastern Wilderness that I want to change. It is called the Eastern Wilderness Agricultural Reform Plan, which aims to develop all the idle wasteland and barren mountains in the Eastern Wilderness in preparation for the population explosion that will happen soon. I had Xingheng draw a complete map of the 19 counties of the Eastern Wilderness. He made a rough estimate and found that if all the arable soil were developed, there would be about 400 million mu of ordinary good land. This would be enough to feed 1 to 200 million people. If the Eastern Wilderness has a population of 200 million, the probability of children with spiritual roots will naturally be greater, and our Five Elements sect will have more disciples to choose from. According to the deduction model Chen Mobai made with the Fangkun book, he should have had 1 million cultivators under his command at that time. But this number is simply outrageous. Even the most sacred lands of the East don't have 1 million cultivators. Of course, this is because the sacred lands generally select only the best. If the Five Elements sect truly has 1 million disciples, then with that as a base and resources plentiful, the number of cultivators at the foundation establishment and golden core stages will certainly surge. Even for nascent soul cultivators, if Qing Nu were to refine nascent soul elixirs, the number would probably be at least no less than that of the Star Heaven Dao sect. Chen Mobai had this idea long ago, but it was far too advanced for this world, so he kept it to himself. However, his desire to transform the Eastern Wilderness into a small, immortal sect has never changed, and he has been moving towards this goal step by step. The purpose of unifying the Eastern Wilderness, ending external threats such as the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, and creating a peaceful environment is precisely this. Now that Zhuo Ming has reached the core formation stage, it's time to move on to the next step. Because of the peaceful environment, the population of the Eastern Wilderness has exploded. When Jiang Xingheng made the statistics 20 years ago, it was less than 10 million. But now it's almost broken 20 million. A unified regime, a peaceful environment, ample fertile land, and the hybrid rice variety that yields 3 harvests a year, all provided the favorable conditions for the population explosion in the Eastern Wilderness. It is precisely for this reason that the Five Elements sect was able to increase its number of disciples to 30,000 within just a few decades after its unification. If academies were established in all 19 prefectures of the Eastern Wilderness, Chen Mobai estimated that the number could very likely surge to 100,000 in a short period of time. 10,000 cultivation formations can unleash the full power of the Five Elements Dao soldiers. At that time, Chen Mobai estimated that he could experience the power of the nascent soul perfection realm. To accomplish these things, In addition to a stable environment where the mortal world and the cultivation world of the eastern wilderness are unified, sufficient food is also required. Being able to eat his fill is the foundation for whether he can realize his grand ambitions. Yes, master. Zhuo Ming couldn't quite understand the unspoken ideas of Chen Mobai, but she remained obedient as always. Chen Mobai asked her to reform the agriculture of the entire eastern wilderness, and she nodded without hesitation. Then let me explain the outline of this agricultural reform plan to you. Chen Mobai explained to Zhuo Ming in detail the plan he had devised for the mountainous terrain and limited plains of the eastern wilderness. Zhuo Ming, in turn, offered her own insights based on her extensive experience. Luo Yixuan, standing beside her, was equally focused, nodding and agreeing repeatedly. When they returned to Han County, Zhuo Ming was still eager to learn more and continued to ask Chen Mobai for advice. By the way, Minger, how many ores has your myriad virtues cauldron refined so far? Upon arriving at Liujia Mountain, where Zhuo Ming usually cultivated, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered this matter. Reporting to Master, I have collected and refined 267 kinds of materials in my spare time over the years. Zhuo Ming told him the truth, and Chen Mobai nodded slightly after hearing it, then handed her a storage bag. These are 165 kinds that I collected in the Eastern Yi region. After you remove the duplicates, refine the rest into the cauldron of profound virtue of all things. After you have attained enlightenment and formed your core, you have met all the requirements for cultivating the earth immortal scripture of the longevity sect. You can now change your main cultivation method to this. After the Earth Mother technique reached its peak, Zhuo Ming had already cultivated it to its zenith. Zhuo Ming was originally thinking about which Earth Mother technique to switch to, but after hearing what Chen Mobai said, she thought it was because her 9-ren body had been upgraded to the 6th level, and happily nodded. Thank you, Master. Seeing Zhuo Ming accept the storage bag containing the ore, Chen Mobai smiled and said that it was a gift he had prepared for her to help her reach the core formation stage. However, Chen Mobai was thinking to himself, with his current status, how many of the 36 kinds of ores from the immortal sect could he buy and collect? Some rare and exquisite items may not be possible, but 2,000 or 3,000 varieties are definitely achievable. I wonder what rank the Wan Muhaud cauldron will reach after refining all of these. If the natal artifact accompanying the Yellow Emperor's virtue scripture is perfectly refined by melting 10,000 kinds of ores, it can be called the cauldron of all things blessing and fortune, which is equivalent to the peak of the 5th rank. Based on his skill level as a weapon refiner, Chen Mobai estimated that it should be at least 4th tier. Luo Yixuan has a 4th tier moonblade. Now that Zhuo Ming has formed his core as his favorite disciple, he should also have a 4th tier magic weapon to protect him. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai couldn't wait to return to the immortal sect and place an order with those mineral shops online. End of this chapter. Chapter 847, Dealing with Great Sun Purple Rice. Chapter 847, Dealing with Great Sun Purple Rice. Upon arriving at Mount Liujia, Yin Qingmei, having received the news, immediately flew out to greet them. Seeing her as his goddaughter, Chen Mobai also thought of the Hayashan mirror that he had just promoted. It needed some time to fuse with 4th-order spiritual materials, so he simply entrusted it to her to help nurture. Thank you, sect leader. Yin Qingmei took the Hayashan mirror and held it in her hands, her expression one of great excitement. This is a 4th-tier magic weapon. Moreover, in her hands, she can unleash divine light to help accelerate the growth of her natal spiritual plant. At this moment, Yin Qingmei was extremely grateful for calling him Godfather back then. Otherwise, even if she had a heavenly spiritual root, she probably wouldn't have been treated so differently by a nascent soul ancestor. After entering Mount Liujia, Chen Mobai went to see the 100 acres of De Rai Zai Mi planted there. This was the initial collaboration with Xingshan Daozong. According to the contract, once the deal matured, the profits would be split 30-70 with them. The 5-element sect is the 3rd, and the Xingshan Dao sect is the 7th. Over the past few years, these 100 acres of day rye purple rice have begun to ripen one by one, following the order in which they were sown. Under the warm spring sun, large swathes of golden rice ears shimmered with a faint purple light, like pearls adorning green waves, swaying gently in the wind. The rice ears droop low, the grains are plump, it's clear that it's a bumper harvest. Why hasn't the Star Heaven Tao sect sent anyone to reap the rewards yet? Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask Zhuo Ming a question. According to the contract, during the harvest, people from both the Five Elements sect and the Star Heaven Tao sect must be present to count and distribute the harvest on site. We have already notified the person in charge of the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce in Beiyuan City. He said that the inspection team needs to come from Dongyu, so it will be a bit slow. Zhuo Ming shared the response she received. Sect leader, when the first acre matured 2 years ago, Lu Zuolong from the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce came to see it. He wanted to continue cooperating with our Five Elements sect to cultivate Great Sun purple rice, or even expand the scale and develop the spiritual veins of Liujia Mountain into more third-tier spiritual fields. However, following your advice, I directly rejected him. This may be related to why the Xingshan Tao sect has been delaying sending anyone over. At this moment, Yin Qingmei spoke more about the Great Sun purple rice. Previously, Zhuo Ming was only at the foundation establishment stage, so she was the one who dealt with the people from the Star Heaven Tao sect when they came. The Starry Sky Tao sect will definitely show more respect to core formation cultivators. The collaboration on the Great Sun purple rice was initiated by Lu Zuolong, who approached Chen Mobai because he noticed that this spiritual rice contained trace amounts of pure yang purple energy. Chen Mobai then agreed to the collaboration. It turned out that this move was the right one. After learning it, Zhuo Ming hybridized it to create a new third-tier purple jade spirit rice. With this new spirit rice, Fu Zhangju, Sheng Jiaoxi, and Nujiang all successfully broke through to the late stage of core formation. For the Five Elements sect now, these Great Sun purple rice are no longer of any use. Although it may be more effective than purple jade spirit rice, the cultivation time is too long, making it far less cost-effective than purple jade spirit rice. Therefore, Chen Mobai's idea was to harvest all the mature purple rice from these 100 acres, complete the contract with the Xingshan Tao sect, and thus resolve one of the issues. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai was very dissatisfied with the fact that the spirit rice was clearly ripe, yet the Star Heaven Tao sect did not send anyone to inspect it. He took out the communication talisman left behind by Yu Shuji, wrote down the matter, and activated it. Half a month later, Yu Shuji personally led Lu Zuolong and other members of the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce to Liujia Mountain to explain the matter. Sect leader Chen, please forgive me. My disciple has been busy with the final preparations before forming his core and has neglected his duties. I have already secured his position as the head of the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern Wilderness. Above the 100 acres of purple rice on Mount Liujia, as soon as Yu Shuji finished speaking, Lu Zuolong, who was behind him, immediately stood up and apologized to Chen Mobai. Lu Zuolong's original idea was that the Great Sun purple rice should absorb more pure yang purple qi in the spiritual fields of Liujia Mountain, so that the mature and harvested spiritual rice would be more effective in breaking through bottlenecks. At the same time, they were also thinking of using this method to delay the Five Elements sect and see if they could reach an agreement on the cooperation of Great Sun purple rice again. That was precisely when Chen Mobai was in seclusion, forming his nascent soul. After Chen Mobai formed his nascent soul, Lu Zuolong applied to the Xingshan Tao sect for permission to formally form his core and return to the sect. After that, he was busy collecting various spiritual items that could help him form his core, and he really forgot about this matter. Since it was unintentional, let's just let it go. Chen Mobai spoke calmly, indicating that he would not pursue the matter further. The group of people brought by Yu Shuji were all skilled harvesters of spirit rice from the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, and they quickly completed the harvest of 100 acres of de Rai Zai rice. Master Yu, what does this mean? Chen Mobai was surprised to see that Yu Shuji had only harvested 50% of the Great Sun purple rice. Consider this an apology for my disciples' negligence. Please accept it, sect leader Chen. For the Star Heaven Tao sect, even if they gave all of these 100 acres of spirit rice to Chen Mobai, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, since they have similar cooperative spirit fields in various parts of the eastern continent, it's not easy to set a precedent. However, Yu Shuji still tried his best to satisfy Chen Mobai within his authority. Let's stick to what the contract says. Chen Mobai shook his head and refused, fearing that if he didn't follow the contract, the connection wouldn't be successfully broken. Besides, these 100 acres of purple rice weren't much to him. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuji hesitated, but seeing Chen Mobai's insistence, he could only take 70% according to the original agreement. Sect leader Chen, my disciple will be returning to Dongyu to prepare for core formation. At that time, my other disciple, Xiuxian, will be in charge of this place. Yu Shuji brought his 2 direct disciples with him this time. Chen Mobai had some impression of Xiuxian. Back when they were still in the Shenmu sect, she had helped deliver many things from the Dongyi region, so he nodded kindly to her. Then I'll have to trouble you from now on, Farik. Xiuxian seemed to have just formed her core, and her aura was still a bit unstable. Hearing Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, being so polite, she quickly returned the greeting respectfully. No. After dealing with the matter of the 100 acres of Do Rai Zai Mi, Chen Mobai returned to Bei Yuan City. Zhuo Ming stayed at Liujia Mountain to manage the vacant 100 acres of spiritual fields. Instead of planting crops, he nurtured them and returned them to the spiritual veins. After all, only Yin Qingmei used to cultivate on Liujia Mountain, but now there is another one of her. With 2 core formation cultivators, the 4th grade low-level spiritual vein will be a bit crowded. It was also Chen Mobai's idea that the spiritual veins of Mount Liujia should not be used to supply the spiritual fields. After all, both Yin Qingmei and Zhuo Ming are capable of forming a nascent soul. Chen Mobai was even considering sending one of the 2 women back to Giant Tree Ridge, where the spiritual energy was sufficient. All the earth-shaking projects formulated 40 years ago have now been completed. It would be a waste for anyone to leave them here. Yu Shuji and the other members of the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce also returned to Beiyuan City with Chen Mobai. On the way, Yu Shuji also talked about cooperating with the 5 Elements sect again. After all, the Great Sun purple rice could help break through bottlenecks, and those below the nascent soul stage in the Star Heaven Tao sect were very eager for it. I'm sorry, Master Yu. My disciple has also reached the core formation stage and will be cultivating in Liujia Mountain from now on. After Chen Mobai explained his reasons, Yu Shuji could only look on with regret. Master Chen's beloved disciple has already successfully formed his core at such a young age. His future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. As Yu Shuji spoke, he looked at his 2 disciples. Both Lu Zuolong and Xiuxian were hand-picked by him from within the sect, and were of superior talent and character. Little did they know that Zhuo Ming, who was decades younger than them, would catch up so quickly. I heard that when Zhuo Ming was young, he had only average talent. It was only after being guided by Chen Mobai, a great and wise teacher, that he was able to unleash the brilliance of a rough gem. Seeing Yu Shuji following behind him, Chen Mobai could only invite him to have a cup of tea in Beiyuan City. Sect leader Chen, how have you considered what happened last time? After dismissing his 2 disciples, Yu Shuji immediately asked this question. There's nothing we can do. Chen Mobai simply replied with 4 words. Our sect's grand elder, Venerable Xingji, has returned to the sect and wishes to invite sect leader Chen for a meeting. I wonder if we have the honor. Yu Shuji's words startled Chen Mobai slightly. Wasn't it Master Xingyun last time? Why is it Xingji this time? Was this something that was planned internally within the Xingshan Dao sect? I am preoccupied with sect affairs and unable to leave. Please forgive me. Chen Mobai thought about it and decided not to get involved, refusing again. Sect leader Chen may not know that 100 years ago, the only Grand Elder of the One Yuan Dao Palace who had reached the nascent soul stage, failed to break through to the deity transformation stage and passed away. Yu Shuji thought for a moment and offered another word of advice. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai frowned slightly and emphasized it again. I am really not a Dao child of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. If your sect really wants the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, you should go directly to the Five Emperors Mountain to discuss cooperation. It will definitely save more time than having me come forward. Chen Mobai understood Yu Shuji's meaning, indicating that after the Yiyuan Dao Palace no longer had a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, even if they obtained the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, there would be no one to take it. Unfortunately, he was an impostor, and we had really come to the wrong person for this matter. Alas, after Elder Xingji returned, the first thing he did was to meet with the sect master of the morality sect, and the second thing he did was to go to the Five Emperors Mountain. It's just a pity that the Yiyuan Dao Palace was closed, so he couldn't get in. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was even less inclined to get involved. Even Xingji couldn't find the door, let alone this fake Taoist. After the Yiyuan Dao Palace was sealed off, only cultivators who had mastered the Hunyuan True Qi were able to freely enter and exit the great formation of the Five Emperors Mountain. At this moment, Yu Shuji said something else. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. No wonder they insisted on finding him. If sect leader Chen can help us make an introduction, Elder Xingji said that the 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice from the Flower Kingdom can be used as a stepping stone to give to your sect. I'm a bit too tired to stay up any longer, so I'll just post a minimum update today. By the way, I'd like to recommend a funny fantasy novel. End of this chapter. Chapter 848, Divine Light That Breaks the Law. Chapter 848, Divine Light That Breaks the Law. Upon hearing Yu Shuji's conditions, Chen Mobai was taken aback. The 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice in Huajun can be said to be one of the foundations of Xingchen Daozang. It has been cultivated for thousands of years since the opening of the eastern wilderness, and it has reached its current scale. It can bring them more than 30 million spirit stones in income every year, and it is also the brand of Xingchen Grand Chamber of Commerce. Of course, for Chen Mobai, the amount of spirit stones he now possesses is no longer enough to stir his emotions. But the key point is that this 10,000 mu Panlong spirit rice is currently the only territory in the eastern wilderness that is not under the control of the Five Elements sect. Even if Chen Mobai achieves nascent soul, he still won't be able to take over this place if the Star Heaven Dao sect doesn't agree. This matter had been on his mind. Now that the Star Heaven Dao sect has offered this condition, he is hesitant. But after thinking it over, Chen Mobai still sighed and shook his head. Please find someone more capable. Our Five Elements sect has already left the One Yuan Dao Palace since the time of our primordial ancestor Hunyuan. Chen Mobai was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and was still a long way from breaking through to the divine transformation realm. This matter of the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill was obviously a game between the largest forces in the eastern continent, and it might even be a test by the other three holy lands against the Yiyuan Dao Palace. If he really got involved, he might become cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuji did not press the matter further. He left with the people from the Xingchen Chamber of Commerce, but before leaving, he said that the conditions would not change, and that he could be notified again whenever sect leader Chen was willing. Xiuxian stayed behind to discuss the remaining cooperation matters between the Xingchen Chamber of Commerce and the Five Elements sect. Because Chen Mobai has already reached the nascent soul stage, and the development of Baiyuan City has exceeded expectations, the Xingchen Grand Chamber of Commerce decided to establish a branch here, with her as the person in charge. In addition to purchasing various resources from the eastern wilderness, they will also collect resources from other territories of the eastern continent and sell them here. In addition, there is Panlong spirit rice. Since Huishan Valley has been merged into the Five Elements sect, the only partner for the Xingchen Grand Chamber of Commerce in the future can be the Five Elements sect. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai decided to leave things as they were for now. What the five-element sect needs to do now is to remain calm and gradually digest the territory of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Before that, there is no need to have too much entanglement with the Xingxian Dao sect. Xiuxian is a core formation cultivator, and the person she is paired with must at least be a core formation cultivator. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, and then called Luo Yixuan over. After settling his affairs, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect. Brother, you've really made me look amazing. At the airport of Wanggu Cave, Ming Yihua saw Chen Mobai, who had come to pick him up, and said happily, "Haha, it's been decades, you don't look any different." When Chen Mobai saw Ming Yihua, who was as warm and cheerful as ever, his memories seemed to return to his 20s at the academy. He was the type to be quiet and cautious around strangers, but Ming Yihua used her liveliness and outgoingness to bring together a group of freshmen into a cohesive unit. Although few people speak in the group chat for the nascent soul class now, the bonds they formed during their university years have only deepened and solidified over time. Where's Lao Yun? Wasn't he supposed to be here before me? The two waited in a private waiting area. Ming Yihua took a cup of tea from Zhuang Jialan and asked her a question. The flight is delayed, but it should arrive soon. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Hua Zijing walked in with Yun Yangbing. When the three met, they naturally had another round of reflections. Under Ying Guanghua's personal supervision, the new batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, refined by the immortal sect, was completed within a short period of 1 year. After receiving the notification, Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing immediately rushed to Wanggu Cave. As the host, Chen Mobai naturally had to receive them. However, it was Zhongli Tianyu who treated everyone. Chen Mobai also invited Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan, making it a gathering among their fellow alumni. That evening, they all arrived at the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, at Zhongli's residence. Putting everything else aside, our class of 5012 will surely go down in history in the history of Taoist academies. Besides old Chen, at least 3 or 4 more nascent soul cultivators will emerge. Ming Yihua drank his wine, looking very confident. He had always been very self-assured. However, the talents of Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu were something he could only admire from himself. In his view, these two were definitely capable of forming their nascent souls. Besides them, Ming Yihua also believed that he had the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. Old Chen alone will surely be remembered in the school's history. Yun Yangbing said something that everyone nodded in agreement. No. Chen Mobai immediately became modest, but the feeling of being the center of attention at the class reunion was a long-lost sense of satisfaction for him. After a few rounds of drinks, Ming Yihua started talking about his busy work after graduation. "I'm telling you, but you better not tell anyone. Our first arsenal has been researching something called spell-breaking divine light. As the name suggests, any array or restriction that encounters this divine light will be pierced and turned into an invisible weapon. This is a strange supernatural power that the immortal sect encountered during its first war. At that time, in the neighboring otherworld, there was a kind of otherworldly people called the Three-Eyed Clan. They were the royal family of the otherworld, and the third eye on their foreheads had the ability to destroy all laws. Our first armories project is to refine the Three-Eyed King's eyeball into a magical artifact, thereby gaining the power to destroy all laws. Divine light of law destruction is our achievement, and it has already captured about 60–70% of its essence. We've tested it with 4th-tier defensive restrictions, and it can be easily broken through. While we can't completely break through 5th-tier restrictions, we can still open up a portion of them." After Ming Yihua finished speaking, everyone present stared in shock. The 4th tier is equivalent to the power of the nascent soul realm. Doesn't this mean that if a nascent soul cultivator were to be struck by this destructive divine light, they would die instantly? It could even harm a nascent soul true monarch. The Three-Eyed Clan is so powerful. How did the immortal sect win the war to open up the world? Everyone looked at Chen Mobai. The information about starting a war was considered the highest level of secrets of the immortal sects, and he was the only one present who had access to it. I never expected that you've already researched this far. At this moment, Chen Mobai also recovered from the shock of the breaking magic light and spoke with emotion. When Ming Yihua was in the Tao Academy, he was selected to participate in the project of breaking the divine light of magic because of his outstanding talent in weapon crafting. He had always been curious, and after reaching the nascent soul stage, he was finally able to view all of Ming Yihua's files, thus learning about the Breaking Law Divine Light project, but he didn't think he could research anything. After all, the three-eyed king's eyeball had been in the hands of the immortal sects for thousands of years, and countless people had exhausted their efforts, but had not been able to decipher the secret of its ability to destroy all laws. Who would have thought that the first arsenal would actually achieve this through weapon forging? After pondering for a moment, he thought that the war to open up the immortal sect was not far off, and unlocking this content would not be considered a violation of the rules, so he began to speak. When the first war broke out, the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect used all their supernatural powers and secret techniques. The Rainbow Spirit ancestor of the Heaven Mending Academy sacrificed his life to seal the passage between the two worlds, and the other 4 ancestors were just able to kill the king of the Three-Eyed Clan. Even so, not many years after the war, our Taoist ancestor Yunya passed away due to his severe injuries. It is said that he was struck by the power of the Three-Eyed King's destruction of all laws. If the divine light of breaking laws can be applied to the battlefield, then we will have another trump card when we start this war. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, everyone was even more shocked, while Zhongli Tianyu remained calm, as if he had known about this history all along. Can this magic-breaking, divine light be mass-produced now? Chen Mobai asked another question, and Ming Yihua immediately took out a grayish glass bead. This is a test subject. It contains a trace of divine light that can break through magic. Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately stood up and moved away from him, which made Ming Yihua smile awkwardly and put the glass bead away again. I came to Wangwu Grotto Heaven this time to hand this over to the Immortal Affairs Hall. The first arsenal has been receiving funding from them for the research on the divine light of breaking laws, so we need to produce some results for them in stages. May I take a look? Chen Mobai pointed to the glass bead, and Ming Yihua immediately nodded and handed it to him. Don't worry, it's precisely because this thing is dangerous that the glass beads on the outer shell are made of the latest alloy material. Just for this, our first arsenal tried to fuse minerals from Earth star hundreds of thousands of times before finally arriving at the material ratio that can block the divine light of breaking magic. Despite Ming Yihua's words, Chen Mobai still took out the Wuxiang doll before accepting the glass ball from him. However, because they dared not open it, they could not see anything with the naked eye, and finally returned it to Ming Yihua. But Chen Mobai also gleaned another crucial piece of information from Ming Yihua's words. Does the first ordnance factory have a lot of ore materials? After returning from the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai placed an order online to buy minerals from the Earth origin star, but he could only buy 2,683 kinds. While these are enough to upgrade the Myriad Virtues Cauldron to the 4th tier, more is always better. He originally planned to ask the Mineral Resources Administration Bureau, but after hearing Ming Yihua's words, he realized that those who refine weapons definitely know more about this than he does. Of course, apart from those rare ores that are now only available in single digits, our first arsenal has 3,996 kinds of ore samples. After hearing Ming Yihua's words, Chen Mobai smiled slightly and then said that he was preparing to refine the pure Yang cauldron, but wanted to use materials that were more in line with his own characteristics, so he wanted to try to sense different minerals. This is easy, leave it to me. Ming Yihua took on everything directly. End of this chapter. Chapter 849 Satellite. Chapter 849 Satellite. The Sky Curtain and Earth Network Administration should be able to find samples of rare ores that are not available in the first ordnance factory. If you want them, I'll put in a word with the leader, and he'll definitely do you a favor. At this moment, Yun Yangbing suddenly spoke up. The Celestial Curtain and Earth Network Administration Bureau is mainly responsible for maintaining the first and sixth order grand array of the immortal sect. Since the Earth Network is spread throughout the Earth origin star, this department has to send people to travel all over the world every once in a while. Many mineral resources and so on are found by them. Whenever a mineral vein is found, the people from the Sky Curtain and Earth Network Administration will always take some as samples for their own records. That won't be necessary for now. I only have this idea. Just dealing with those 3,000 kinds of ores would probably take a long time. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai, out of caution, declined Yun Yangbing's suggestion. After all, the ores he needs must be refined into the cauldron of all things and virtue. As for the ores that ordinary people need, no one will care how much he, a nascent soul cultivator, needs. However, if it is an extremely rare, out-of-print sample, even he would not be able to take it. However, Chen Mobai still expressed his gratitude to Yun Yangbing. After dinner, they went out for another round of drinks. Hua Zijing arranged a private room for them, and then Chen Mobai told her and Zhuang Jialan to go home first. The three brothers drank together and reminisced about the good old days at the Taoist temple. If I can form a core, I should switch to cultivating the heaven-burning technique. As dawn approached, Yun Yangbing suddenly said something like this. Why did you give up so quickly? I was determined to persevere to the end. Upon hearing Yun Yangbing's unambitious words, Ming Yihua couldn't help but criticize him. His fire spirit root started with 61 points. Although he hadn't pursued improving his spirit root during his cultivation in order to quickly achieve the 6 yang body, he still had 93 points of fire spirit root. After forming his core, he would definitely be able to raise his fire spirit root to 100 points by cultivating the pure yang dharma body, so he was determined to work hard on the pure yang scroll. Yun Yangbing's initial fire spirit root was a bit weak. Based on his cultivation progress over the past few decades, he estimated that if he were to cultivate his nascent soul with the pure yang scroll, he might not have enough time, so he had the idea of switching cultivation methods. I think you should hold on a little longer. After all, the war will start soon. If we go to war with another world, the spirit stones stored in the immortal sect will definitely be released. Chen Mobai offered a word of advice, and at the same time, he took out 9 high-grade spirit stones each and handed them to the two of them. These are things I personally opened from the void blind box. You can take them and use them first, just keep it to yourselves and don't tell anyone. Chen Mobai's generous act instantly shocked Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing. With these spirit stones, they could save at least a dozen years in cultivating the 7 yang body after forming their core. Old Chen, I won't thank you enough. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. Ming Yihua, being a straightforward person, knew that these high-grade spirit stones would be of great use to him, so he accepted them without hesitation. With these, he could raise his fire spirit root to 100 points when he was at the 7 yang body stage. The subsequent 8 yang and 9 yang stages would be much easier, since he only needed to transform into an acquired pure yang body. Thank you. Yun Yangbing also thanked him with a solemn expression. These spirit stones can be replenished with spirit repeatedly. When you two are forming your core, you don't need to cherish them, just use them directly. However, if you consume too much spiritual energy, you'll have to come up with an excuse to explain it. Chen Mobai added that he has always been very generous to the people around him. Moreover, these two good brothers used to do their best to help him with everything, whether it was setting up formations or refining weapons, as long as he asked. Giving them high-grade spirit stones was something Chen Mobai had already planned. Don't worry, Lao Chen. My arsenal has a lot of large equipment that consumes the spiritual energy of dozens of high-grade spirit stones a day. I use half of the spirit stones to recharge at the unit, which will only be considered a normal fluctuation. Ming Yihua, however, didn't seem to care at all. His unit was one of the most energy-consuming in the immortal sects. A few high-grade spirit stones for charging would not attract any attention if averaged over a long period of time. My workplace is the one in charge of spiritual energy in the immortal sect. But compared to that, Yun Yangbing's words reassured Chen Mobai more. All the spiritual energy from the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands of the immortal sect is supplied to every household through the sixth-order grand array, the heavenly curtain and earthly network. Moreover, if Yunyang Bing were to form a core, the amount of spiritual energy he could allocate would be sufficient to power high-grade spirit stones. However, Chen Mobai only gave them a brief reminder. Finally, he remembered the China Unicom project in the eastern wilderness and asked Yunyang Bing if he had any abandoned satellites. "I do have these, but they're all numbered, so it's not convenient to take them out. What do you need them for?" Yun Yangbing spoke the truth, then asked curiously. "After I reach the nascent soul stage, I have plenty of time, so I thought I'd also learn some formations. The ultimate formation of the immortal sects is the heavenly canopy and earthly network, so I thought if I'm going to learn, I should start with the most difficult one and get a node satellite of the heavenly canopy formation as a starting point." Chen Mobai's words earned him a thumbs up from both of them, their faces filled with admiration. These abandoned and recycled satellites will be scrapped after a period of time, and then the materials will be dismantled and used to make new satellites. However, there are also satellites in space that were abandoned because the technology was not mature enough in the past. No one cares about these. I will look for information and see if I can get one for you. Upon hearing this, Yun Yangbing immediately came up with a solution. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage could retrieve these satellites abandoned in space. However, early satellites had flawed materials and technology, making them impossible to retrieve once sent up. Therefore, the immortal sects destroyed the core chips and archived them as space debris. If Chen Mobai wanted, he could take down a piece of space junk, and then Yun Yangbing could repair the chip. This way, he would have one of the nodes of the sky curtain array that he could study. "All right, but let's wait until you've formed your core before discussing this matter. That way it'll be safer." After listening to what Yun Yangbing said, Chen Mobai also spoke in a steady manner. Just then it got light. After the three of them finished their last drink and went outside, Zhuang Jialan was already waiting for them in her car at the door. Chen Mobai personally accompanied them to the Immortal Affairs Hall. Today was the day they could go to the finance department to collect their golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, so apart from the three of them, the other 7 people arrived early. However, when they saw Chen Mobai getting out of the car, they all came over to greet him respectfully. Even the Lingdao master of the heaven-mending lineage is no exception. "Greetings, Venerable Chen Yang." Chen Mobai responded with a smile, and even nodded to Master Ling. "You are all the future of the immortal sect. You must work hard and never waste the opportunities that the immortal sect has given you." After offering a few words of encouragement, Chen Mobai led Zhuang Jialan and the other 2 inside. The finance department, which was not yet in working hours, immediately opened its doors, and Bai Xianqian, the deputy hall master of the Immortal Affairs Hall who was in charge of distributing the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, personally came out to greet them. Soon Zhuang Jialan, Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing received their core formation elixirs, and they were all extremely excited. Chen Mobai, having finished his business, was about to leave when he encountered Lan Haitian at the entrance of the Immortal Affairs Hall. The latter must have been waiting there specifically. "Wait here for me for a while." Chen Mobai also gave Lan Haitian face, saying something to Zhuang Jialan and the other 2 before following him to an office. "Master Chen Yang, I am truly sorry about the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill. I was unable to fulfill my promise." Lan Haitian immediately apologized, explaining that Chen Mobai had made a promise to him to give Lin Yin the pill from the Heaven Mending Group, and that he would use his influence to arrange a pill for Hua Zijing in the next round. Unfortunately, things took an unexpected turn for the better. It was only after Chen Mobai achieved nascent soul stage that the impasse was broken. "It's not your fault, let's just leave it at that. But I can't give you Lin Yin for now, I need it for several decades." Chen Mobai knew that the fewer lines the better, so he didn't make things difficult for Lan Haitian. However, Lin Yin used his quota of golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill in the heaven-mending group during his tenure to form his core. So he certainly couldn't just give away such a talented person to Lan Haitian for nothing. Yes, the matter is not completed, and I have no face to ask you for Lin Yin. After hearing this, Lan Haitian felt very sorry, but he could only nod in agreement. After all, Lan Haitian is not a nascent soul cultivator, so he cannot have the same decisive influence on the list of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill users as Chen Mobai. Therefore, it is not easy for him to cultivate his own golden core direct descendant. However, in order to mend his relationship with Chen Mobai, he still made a calm decision. After all, if a direct subordinate is lost, another can be trained. But if the relationship with a nascent soul cultivator is damaged, then even if he also reaches nascent soul stage, the two will be enemies for life. After the two mended their relationship, Chen Mobai took his leave. When they arrived at the entrance of the Immortal Affairs Hall, they found only Yun Yongbing and Zhuang Jialan. Upon asking, they learned that Ming Yihua had taken the time to deliver the glass bead containing the magic-breaking divine light. However, it didn't take long for Ming Yihua to return. He was even personally escorted out by Lu Zhengsheng, the deputy minister of the Immortal Defense Department. Lu Zhengsheng was from the Kunpeng lineage and was a senior counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. But when he saw Chen Mobai, he immediately came over to greet him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Mobai led the 3 members of the Wuki lineage who had obtained the core formation elixir and left the Immortal Affairs Hall. "Where do you plan to form your core?" In the car, Chen Mobai asked. "At Kagi Mountain." Yun Yangbing and Ming Yihua did not hesitate at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 850, Closing Down Little Red Sky. Bonus chapter for 13,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 850, Closing Down Little Red Sky. Bonus chapter for 13,000 monthly tickets. Both Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing are pure Yang cultivators who have reached the core formation stage. Among the immortal sects, the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein is the most suitable for them. I'll make arrangements for you later. However, the central area of the Myriad Treasures Cave has already been given to Meng Huinger to help her form her core, but if you go there, you'll still have no problem with the fourth-order spiritual energy. Both of them were very happy to hear Chen Mobai's words. Where is Jialan? It must be Mount Chicheng, right? Zhuang Jialan thought that she couldn't let her leader do too many things at once, so she directly chose the same core formation spiritual site. All right, hand over your work to Zhaijing these next few days. I'll take the 3 of you back to Chicheng Cave Heaven to arrange this matter. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhuang Jialan nodded gently. Even if he didn't go, he could have made arrangements by simply calling Qi Yucheng. However, considering that Meng Huinger was forming her core over there and the results should be out soon, he decided to go in person. During the handover, Chen Mobai also gave Zhuang Jialan the high-grade spirit stone that Hua Zhaijing had returned to him after he formed his core. It was already full of spiritual energy. He treated both secretaries equally. Before leaving Wanggu Cave Heaven, Chen Mobai also told Wang Shui about it. Upon hearing that it was to arrange a spiritual site for the future core formation of the Wuki Dao Academy, the latter immediately said that he would take care of things here and that the Venerable One could rest assured. At Kagi Mountain. Haha, this is great news. I'll give the order right away. Inside the Wuki Dao Academy, Qi Yucheng, upon hearing Chen Mobai's purpose for coming, glanced at Zhuang Jialan and the other 2 behind him, and smiled broadly across his wrinkled face. The scene of them entering school is still vivid in my mind, but now they have all grown up. The future of the Dance Weapon Academy is indeed bright. Thinking of this, Qi Yucheng looked at Chen Mobai again and smiled even more happily. He has been engaged in education for 400 years, and the most fortunate thing for him is that he met this outstanding disciple. Before long, the other teachers from the academy, having received the news, also found excuses to come over, but Chen Mobai had already taken the 3 of them to Wanbao Cave. Isn't the Taoist named Chenyang quite good? Bayan Jingchen, who was waiting at the entrance of Wanbao Cave, saw Chen Mobai coming over and said with a look of pride, "Haha, I have to thank you so much, senior. Just treat me to a meal." "No problem, no problem." While the two were talking, Chen Mobai had already activated the Tei 5 smoke silk, carrying them deeper into the Wanbao Cave. However, the further he went, the more he felt something was wrong. He noticed that the spiritual energy here was constantly flowing downwards. Although the flow was very weak, it was very noticeable to him as a nascent soul cultivator. "Didn't I tell you before?" When Chen Mobai mentioned this, Bayan Jingchen replied that it was caused by Meng Huanger's core formation. "I see." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, and then the group of them arrived at the depths of Wanbao Cave. Along the way, he indeed discovered that the spiritual energy was flowing towards the Black Island, where the fifth-order vermilion fruit tree was located. Meng Huanger is currently forming her core over there. But soon, Chen Mobai realized something was wrong. The vast majority of the spiritual energy flowing over was fire energy. Meng Huanger possesses the three spiritual roots of metal, water, and wood. Her ability to form her core here is mainly due to the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stones and pearls given to her by Chen Mobai. Even if she absorbs the spiritual energy here, it definitely won't be fire spiritual energy. Chen Mobai immediately activated the sound of the empty valley and began to listen to the sounds coming from the depths of the myriad treasures cave. Gradually, his expression grew more and more serious. He discovered that not only the fire elemental energy in the void, but also the earth fire essence surging in the magma below was continuously flowing towards the fifth-order vermilion fruit tree. This energy could not possibly have been absorbed by Meng Huanger. Instead, it all flowed through the vermilion fruit tree and into a small world hidden within it. The essence of the Dance Weapon Academy lies in the Jade Flat Minor realm. That place is also the core of the fifth-order spiritual vein of Chicheng Mountain. Theoretically, the spiritual energy there is the most concentrated, so how could it suddenly be drawing spiritual energy out of the small world? Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai quickly understood the only answer. Is Venerable Chengshuan about to become a deity? Since obtaining the secret technique of flowers bloom in an instant, Venerable Chengshuan and Venerable Yu have been in seclusion in the Jade Flat small world for 30 years. Such a long time had passed that Chen Mobai felt the hope of success was very slim. But the situation that was now before him gave him a glimmer of hope. "What's wrong?" Seeing Chen Mobai stop in midair, Bayan Jingchen asked with some curiosity. "The principal may be about to reach the nascent soul stage, so the spiritual energy here is being instinctively drained by the small world. You should find another place for your core formation." Chen Mobai uttered a statement that left everyone speechless. Principal, a nascent soul cultivator. Only the upper echelons of the immortal sect knew about the fleeting nature of the flower's bloom, so they all assumed that it was Master Chengshuan himself who took that crucial step. So it was incredibly shocking. But soon they all became excited. If the Dance Weapon Academy produces another nascent soul cultivator, their lineage will undoubtedly be the #1 immortal sect. Chen Mobai immediately called Qi Yucheng, and soon he led several directors from the academy to fly over. The head of the geology department, Master Gu Jackson, was a fourth-level geomancer. Upon arrival, he immediately took out a magical artifact similar to a measuring instrument and began to carefully examine the flow of spiritual energy deep within the Wanbao Cave. He quickly proved that Chen Mobai's discovery was correct. All the spiritual energy flowing towards Meng Huanger's core formation site was absorbed by the Jade Flat small world behind the fifth-tier vermilion fruit tree. Could it be that the principal is really going to succeed? Hong Mengqi spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't spread this around yet. The amount of spiritual energy needed to absorb during the nascent soul stage is extraordinary. Although the academy has complete protective measures, let's move all the students and teachers out of the myriad treasures cave." Despite this situation, Qi Yucheng remained calm and composed, and began to make arrangements without any haste. Two teachers nodded after hearing this and immediately flew up to handle the matter. We also need to apply to the Sky Curtain and Earth Network Administration Bureau for the full power opening of the fifth-order spiritual vein of Chicheng Mountain. Guo Jackson reminded him of this matter, and Chi Yucheng nodded, then looked at Chen Mobai. Right now, the person in front of us is the one who has the most influence over the three major halls and departments of the immortal sect at the Dance Weapon Academy. I don't have a phone, Lao Yun, do you? Although the Sky Curtain Network Administration Bureau is very important within the immortal sect, it is not at the ministerial level and therefore cannot be included in Chen Mobai's contact list. Fortunately, Yun Yongbing was by his side, and of course he had his direct supervisor's contact information. When Yun Yongbing made the call, Director Zai Junjian was a little surprised because Yun Yongbing belonged to another deputy director, and he had basically no interaction with her. Zai Junjian hesitated whether to accept the offer. Fortunately, his professional ethics led him to accept the challenge, fearing that there must be something important that made Yun Yongbing, who was of a higher level, fight against him. Hello. When the call connected, Zai Junjian spoke in his usual authoritative voice, then immediately stood up from his office chair, his tone becoming exceptionally gentle. Greetings, Venerable Chunyang. I am Zai Junjian. No problem. However, the spiritual veins of Chicheng Mountain were already fully activated 30 years ago. Since Venerable Chengshuan was about to become a deity, the issue of spiritual energy was naturally arranged in advance. After hearing this, Chen Mobai made another request. What shut down Little Crimson Heaven? This, I'm afraid we'll need to notify the Immortal Affairs Hall first. Zai Junjian held the phone, wiping away sweat as he answered cautiously. The daily operation and maintenance of Little Red Sky largely relies on the fifth-order spiritual veins of Red City Mountain. If this were to be shut down, it would indeed release a considerable amount of spiritual energy. But the Sky Network Management Bureau wouldn't dare do that. The Lesser Crimson Heaven is a project of paramount importance to the three major halls of the immortal sect in recent centuries. There might even be nascent soul cultivators practicing inside right now. Although it was Chen Mobai who called personally, Zai Junjian still instinctively declined. Just arrange this as soon as possible. I'll call Ying Guanghua. After saying that, Chen Mobai returned the phone to Yun Yongbing, and then, under the worried gazes of everyone, took out his own phone. Mobai, will Ying Guanghua make things difficult for you? Chi Yucheng spoke up, but Chen Mobai shook his head. If he dares to disagree, I'll call Ancestor Kaingsing. I'll let him know that the heavens of this immortal sect ultimately belong to the two ancestors. Chen Mobai's words gave everyone a jolt of energy. Yes, this is a major event concerning whether the immortal sect can produce a third nascent soul cultivator, and Ying Guanghua certainly wouldn't dare to obstruct it. This matter is of great importance. Little Crimson Heaven now not only has cultivators from our immortal sect, but also those from the sea region. I need to inform them there. Ying Guanghua was somewhat troubled after hearing this. Palace Master Ying, I don't want to end up having to call the two elders and have them give you orders. Chen Mobai said something in a calm tone, and Ying Guanghua remained silent for a long time after hearing it. Let's shut down the Little Crimson Heaven server of the immortal sect first. The servers in the sea area use their own spiritual energy. Upon hearing Ying Guanghua's words, Chen Mobai nodded slightly and then said thank you. Shortly after making the call, Yun Yongbing's phone rang. It was Zai Junjian. He said he had received a notification from the Immortal Affairs Hall to shut down the server of the Little Crimson Heaven Immortal Sect and eject everyone from it. He explained that the spiritual energy in the entire Crimson City Grotto Heaven and surrounding area would surge for a short period, and asked the residents of the Grotto Heaven and the students of the Tao Academy to be notified to avoid any disruptions to their cultivation. Senior Sister Bayan, we need your help with a trip to Chicheng Cave Heaven. After hearing this, Bayan Jingchen immediately nodded and quickly left Wanbao Cave. Chen Mobai asked Zhuang Jialan and the other two to go and help. Ji Yucheng led the teachers to the Taoist Academy, because the fluctuations of spiritual energy during the nascent soul stage would be extremely terrifying. They planned to suspend all courses that might involve the operation and control of spiritual energy during this period. After everything was ready, the spiritual energy of Chicheng Mountain indeed began to surge, and soon the spiritual energy in the deepest part of Wanbao Cave even reached the value of the 5th rank. Chen Mobai did not leave, but stayed here, sitting in front of the jade flat small realm with a worried expression. Qi Yucheng and the others thought that he was protecting Master Chengshuan's transformation into a god, but in reality, Chen Mobai was worried about Meng Huinger. How unlucky she is. How could she encounter something like this when she's trying to form her core? End of this chapter. Chapter 851, Meng Huinger's Affection. Chapter 851, Meng Huinger's Affection. As time went on, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the Wanbao Cave indeed became more and more intense. Moreover, what surged in was all intense and dense fire spiritual energy, which naturally repelled Meng Huinger's need for core formation. Although there are powerful restrictions on the Black Island, it remains to be seen whether they can withstand the fluctuations of a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, Meng Huinger had already taken the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and was in the deepest stage of core formation, so Chen Mobai dared not wake her up in this state. All he could do was pray in his heart that Meng Huinger could successfully form her core before Cheng Xuan transformed into a deity. But soon after, Chen Mobai's worst fears came true. A painful cry echoed across the Black Island. Meng Huinger awoke with a pale face, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A massive surge of spiritual energy within her dantian dissipated and overflowed from her body. Sobbing, Meng Huinger collapsed onto the prayer mat with a look of utter despair. This time, she failed to form her core. Even with Master Chen Yang as her backer, according to the rules of the immortal sects, she will definitely not be able to obtain the golden elixir jade pill again next time. For someone with 3 spiritual roots like her, no matter which of the 5 elements forming the golden core method, the improvement it would provide would probably only be 10%. Thinking of this, Meng Huinger felt utterly hopeless. Was it all for nothing in the end? Despite her decades of hard work, she still couldn't overcome the insurmountable gap of talent. At this moment, Meng Huinger felt only heartache and sorrow and couldn't help but cry out. If you can't even handle this little setback, how am I supposed to train you to achieve great things in the future? At that moment, words filled with disappointment rang in Meng Huinger's ears. She immediately widened her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. But when she looked up, she immediately saw Chen Mobai suddenly appear in front of her. Ignoring the injuries from her failed attempt to form her core, she stood up. "Master, what are you doing here?" Meng Huinger looked uneasy, thinking that Chen Mobai had long anticipated that she would not succeed in forming her core. "The principle shows signs of nascent soul, and you happen to be forming your core here. I was a little worried, so I came to check on you." As Chen Mobai spoke, he landed in front of Meng Huinger. Seeing her pale face and blood at the corner of her mouth, which made her even more pitiful, he reached out and took out a handkerchief for her. "Why, I'm so useless." Meng Huinger threw herself into Chen Mobai's arms. In front of him, she didn't need to pretend and freely vented her grief. "If you don't succeed the first time, just try again next time. I've got you covered, so don't worry about the resources for core formation elixir." Over the years, Chen Mobai had developed some feelings for Meng Huinger. He always helped those around him if they wanted to improve themselves within his means. Hearing this, Meng Huinger's crying subsided a little, but she was still sobbing and whimpering on his shoulder. Chen Mobai could understand Meng Huinger's feelings. After all, her decades of hard work had come to nothing today. He would definitely not be able to accept it either. Thinking of how she had been following him wholeheartedly since the time of the Taoist Academy, never competing or fighting for anything, and giving him all sorts of wonderful experiences and joyful emotions over the years, Chen Mobai decided to take a little risk and help her again. I've already prepared the spiritual item for your next core formation. Look. Chen Mobai reached out and patted Meng Huanger's back, who was still sobbing, and took out the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill that Qing knew had refined, which had only one pill left. Meng Huanger turned her head and saw the pill in his palm. Her pale and beautiful face immediately shone with an unprecedented light, and she reached out with a look of surprise. But halfway through reaching out, she realized what she was doing and looked at Chen Mobai, who was leaning against her, somewhat embarrassed. Well, you have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need for you to make a mistake for my sake. The immortal sect has a clear rule that if a cultivator who tries to exchange for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill fails to form their core, they must wait at least 60 years before they can exchange for the 5 elements golden elixir. Although Meng Huanger really wanted the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, she restrained herself and knew her place. You don't need to know where the pills came from. They are my private property. Just don't let a third person know about them. After you left here, just pretend that you didn't take the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill while you were in Wanbao Cave, and that you were preparing to form your core. You were awakened by Principal Chengshuan's transformation into a deity, and then sent away. After you recover from your injuries, go to Dangxia Mountain and take the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill I gave you to try forming your core again. If you succeed, tell the immortal sect that you succeeded by taking the pill that the finance department exchanged for you. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huanger nodded repeatedly, feeling that her injuries were not so serious anymore. You've been so good to me, I don't know how to repay you. Meng Huanger leaned weakly against Chen Mobai's chest, her face and eyes filled with emotion. You are my woman. Isn't it only natural for me to make arrangements for my woman? These words made Meng Huanger extremely grateful that the man she had chosen was a responsible and upright man. Cough, cough, cough. In her excitement, she suddenly coughed violently twice and couldn't help but vomit a large mouthful of blood that had been accumulating in her body. Chen Mobai immediately reached out and pressed his hand against her back, and a warm current slowly flowed in. Besides helping cultivators form their core, the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill can also save a cultivator's life if they fail to achieve this goal. After transferring a wisp of spiritual energy to Meng Huanger, Chen Mobai used the burning lamp technique to help her digest the remaining medicinal power of the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill in her body. Soon, she felt her previously limp and weak body begin to recover its vitality. All right, I can move on my own now. No need to waste spiritual energy. Meng Huanger quickly returned to her usual role by Chen Mobai's side and spoke with understanding. Then she took out a glass bottle she had prepared, which contained a pill to heal injuries. People who are not confident in their ability to form a core usually prepare this. After Meng Huanger took it, Chen Mobai still used the burning lamp technique to help her refine it. After absorbing the medicinal effects, Meng Huanger's pale complexion regained some color, but her eyes still showed weakness. Even with the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, the failure to form the core still damaged her essence. Pack your things and let's get out of here. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huanger immediately got up, picked up the pearls and spirit stones in the room that had lost their spiritual energy, and put them into her large suitcase. Chen Mobai then waved his hand, taking the box into his own domain. I told the academy that the principal would be guarding the Myriad Treasures Cave during his nascent soul stage, so it wouldn't be convenient for him to leave. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huanger nodded obediently and took out a small teleportation talisman. She saw Chen Mobai use this and found it very convenient, so she bought one herself and set it to her villa on the mountaintop outside the Taoist temple. Seeing how intelligent she was, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. What a coincidence, that's exactly what I was thinking. As they spoke, Chen Mobai also took out a small teleportation talisman. Only core formation cultivators could freely enter and exit the depths of the Myriad Treasures Cave. Since Meng Huanger had failed to form her core, this was the most convenient option. Let's use this small teleportation talisman here. If you encounter any problems while you're recovering, you can come here to find me." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huanger's eyes flickered, as if she had thought of something. She immediately nodded and reached out to take it, etc. Just as Meng Huanger was about to leave, Chen Mobai suddenly called out to her. "What's wrong?" Amid Meng Huanger's puzzled expression, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then solemnly took out another glass bottle containing a blue pill. "This is the water element golden core, which will be somewhat useful for your golden core formation. Your aptitude and talent are still lacking. If you fail to form your core again at Dangxia Mountain, your essence will probably be damaged too much. No matter how many core-forming spiritual medicines you have in the future, the probability of success will be very low. Remember to keep these 2 pills. I'm giving you a secret." After all, Meng Huanger failed to form her core for the first time because of herself, and now she has failed again for the second time. The third time is almost her last peak. Considering this, Chen Mobai added another water element golden core for her. Upon hearing this, Meng Huanger was so excited that she could hardly stand. You should know that when she failed to form her core, her greatest hope was that Chen Mobai could help her obtain a 5 elements golden core 60 years later. Who would have thought that now they would have both the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and the water essence golden elixir? Looking across the entire immortal sect, it's estimated that only the descendants of the nascent soul ancestor during his lifetime could possibly receive such treatment. At this moment, Meng Huanger's gaze towards Chen Mobai was filled with deep affection. If she weren't physically unable to do so, she would definitely have given him everything. As for where Chen Mobai got the pills from, Meng Huanger automatically assumed that the 3 major halls of the immortal sect had a stockpile of them, and that Chen Mobai made a deal with the higher-ups of the 3 halls for her sake. The price paid for this must have been enormous. Meng Huanger deeply felt the profound love that she could never repay in this lifetime. After using the teleportation talisman to return to the mountaintop villa, Chen Mobai also traveled through the void. After putting down Meng Huanger's luggage, he went to the balcony and saw the small wooden house he had rented for 10 years below. He had already bought the place, and Qi Yucheng had even discussed with him whether to transform it into a public historical site so that students from the Taoist Academy could come and visit. Chen Mobai thought about it and declined, since he felt that he might come back to stay for a few more days in the future. "I'll head back now. Call me if anything comes up." Chen Mobai spoke to Meng Huanger, who had somehow appeared beside him and was holding his hand. Just as he was about to use his void walk technique to return to the Myriad Treasures cave, a soft, warm body pressed against him, and Meng Huanger, unable to contain her affection, gave him a kiss. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was concerned about Principal Chengshuan's transformation into a god, and also mindful of her unhealed injuries, so he controlled himself. Pushing away the delicate Meng Huanger from his arms, telling her to rest and recuperate, Chen Mobai transformed into a streak of silver light and disappeared from the balcony. End of this chapter.